I'm live. I'm alive. I'm alive. Dang it, you fucking klutz. Seriously don't know what the purpose of boxers are. They're literally not proportioned to do anything. Okay. I can now put 10 people in timeout for different lengths. Oh my, what? And put people in timeout? I can now put people in timeout. You can now put people in timeout for different lengths, ranging from 10 seconds to 24 hours. That's 24 times 3,600. That's a lot of seconds of control. Times 10? Wow, think how many seconds of people's lives you can control with that. From 10 seconds to 20, how many people can, you can put as many people in timeout as you want. Wow. Okay, who wants to be the first to go on timeout? I'll go first. No more talking for 10 minutes. Blank. 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 Wink. Blank. Blank. Canilb. Canilb. Canoe. 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 Okay, I'm being serious now. So am I. Wink or blank? You pick. Both. That's a double wink. That's a blank. Tippy. I have a ghost named Tippy. And a poltergeist in the form of a dog. He's always knocking stuff over, and as soon as I turn around, he's not there. Because he disappears. Because he knows he's going to get a stiff word. Say anything to him about pooping on the floor, and he just goes and runs to his kennel. He's never even really gotten put in there for that. He just knows, like, when you know what hits the fan. Hey, you just pick your nose. So what? When shite hits the fan, you go and you run. When shite hits the fan, you'll be glad you had a boat. Imagine not having a boat when the potato famine hit. And talk about having all your eggs in one basket. That seems crazy. Cows don't eat potatoes. How sick of potatoes do you think some of those people were? Like, I don't care. I'm so sick of potatoes anyways. If I have any more starch in my diet, I think I'll throw up. Well, people still haven't gotten sick of starch yet because chips are everywhere. Plain chips. The most delicious things ever. I'd rather eat freeze-dried cow pie. That's what I'd rather do. Because it stays stuck in your teeth for too long. Freeze-dried cow pie, you can just, you can rinse your mouth and get that out. Those chips or whatever, it's like animal crackers. The only thing worse than regular chips are animal crackers. Or animal cracker-like materials, which are basically just sugar and flour. Probably single-purpose flour. Probably get it cheaper than general-purpose flour. Or all-purpose flour. That's probably the high-money flour. Bleached flour. What'd you bleach it for? That's what I'd want to know. Like, what'd you bleach it for? There's nothing in industry that gets done just for nothing. There's nothing in industry that gets done because it's something to do. What did you do with it? What'd you do with it? What did you take it? What? Why would you bleach flour? Who cares what color it is? Anybody really care what color flour is? People care about flour color? I get flower, like flowers, like FLOWER, flower color. I don't get it. I don't get those either, but I mean, at least I get it. More so than I get flower color. FLOUR. Flower like sour color. Ish. Flower? Flourish. The word is flourish. Ish. Flower. Flourish. Yeah, can you use that in a different sentence, maybe? Ish. Flower. Flower. That's not a very good sentence either. Try a different sentence. Flower power. Flower power. Yeah, it reminds me of this one time I saw a dang flour mill had too many spontaneous combustion prayers or something, or I don't know, too much radio waves going through the air too quick of a time. Maybe it was too many 5Gs button heads. I don't know. Do you know G is the only sound with another letter? Only letter with another sound. Only a letter with that doesn't have any of its own letters. Like G. You mean G with a soft J? A soft J G? What the heck are you gonna do with a soft J G? A soft J. G? Come on. How do you spell it? G. Huh. How many syllables is it? Uno. How many letters is it? One. How many is the minimum amount of letters to pronounce it, however, phonetically or whatever, Phoenician like? 3. J. E. E. Which kind of seems like double E should be its own sound. But that's a vowel thing, and vowels don't make any sense to anybody, including vowels. To vowels, that makes the least amount of sense. Vowels have no idea what they're doing, whether they're coming or going or going or coming, or both. Boing. How am I going to guard my privacy? You know that's going to be kind of janky if they say words like abide. You know most people don't know what abide by means. Abide. Add a space and an N to that. Enough said. Nobody ever heard that word. I've heard him say it backwards too. Gaff? Yeah, what's a fafag? I don't even know what that is. That's what cigarettes are in Europe. It used to be. I think it's funnier though. It's funnier what. It's a good thing we don't call them that here though, because everybody would probably smoke cigarettes. Smoke a fag. That's not even any word. That's just like bad pronunciation. It's not even a swear word. It's not anything. It's what you would call unintelligible. Well, I don't care if the voice generated or I don't care if the computer said that it was a word or not. The computer's wrong. Well, you need to get a second dictionary if you actually looked it up. What's your primary dictionary? You said I start with Merriam-Webster myself, only because it's got my initials. Kind of. M.N. Well, Noah. Noah's actual name. No, wait. Mr. Webster's actual name was Noah. Nobody really knows much about Miriam. But, with a name like Miriam, I am Mary. Yeah. Maybe. Could be. Not saying it couldn't be. Highly unlikely. Anybody that writes a dictionary does not do well with things like excitement. They get too excited too quickly. I know because I read dictionaries and I get too excited too quickly. But I usually make myself too excited too quickly. I don't get some, but I don't, because I don't really like using big words. I used to love using big words and making people, like, throwing people off their game a little bit. But it's not fun anymore. It's just really annoying. The older you get, the more annoying it is to talk haphazardly. That's what that is. Because it's not only a poor choice of words, it's a very, very poor choice of words. It's a terrible choice of words. Where do you start? With a comma? What's your favorite word topic? Mine's letters. I don't have a favorite word topic. My favorite word topic is not antonyms. Not bound. Oh, dang it, got me. It's another word for not. Puppy, you better not be eating anything over there. Better not be eating that pillow. He looks at me like, what do you mean, me? And he thinks if he holds still, like if he just freezes perfectly still after he looks at me, that like I won't see him. And then he'll see him look at the other little dog quick to see what he's doing. Like, stop. Go do stuff. Do you have to go potty? Timeout lengths. Timeout lengths? What are out lengths? That's like one time. Reminds me of one time I broke a chain. When I broke a chain on my. One time when I broke a chain on my chain drive appliance. My gas powered chain drive appliance. Oh yeah, sprung a leak. No, sprung a link. What? Different link? What? Where was I going with that? Time out. You can now put different timeout links. Oh yeah, timeout links reminds me of one time when I lost my link. I was like, oh bugger! Not me connector link. Ever since that day, I have thought of having another connector link with me as a backup, but I haven't done it. But I still think of it quite often. Keeps me up at night sometimes. You kind of hard to pay attention when I'm going down the road or the closed track, and I'm thinking about that link. What if it wiggles loose? What if the little what if you call that? I'm gonna call it a chain read spacer. I'm gonna call it chain. I'm gonna call it chain spacer. Chain. Okay, I'm gonna call it equals chain. Wait, equals. I'm gonna call it read spacer. I'm gonna call it read spacer plus blank equals chain. It makes sense. It just doesn't. You're not familiar with it yet. Man, I should do this more often on this because it makes it so I don't go off on a different tangents. I just stop because I keep getting distracted by my eyeballs. And I think I'm picking my eyes with my little cursor. You can't get me. I've got glasses. Those aren't glasses. I'm putting glasses on. For all of you that don't know how to use a cursor, when you have nothing to do, when you find yourself either like, why did they make those cursors blank? There's nothing like I've never even thought of like what a blank page stare was until like I was looking at a cursor in a blank page one day. It's like, why would you do that? No, it's like literally space it out just enough to where it's you just end up like, I don't know why I can't stop watching that. Like you find yourself like sitting up and like all of a sudden like, oh, what have I been doing for the last 25 minutes? And then you rewind the security camera that you rewind your camera that you have in your office or whatever, and it just shows you for 25 minutes going, oh, that's two in a row. Ah, oh, almost. Hup. There's like people coming to talk to, and you're just like, you don't hear anything. You just, oh my, oh, dang it. Just so into it. And then I start off, and now, Snicrosoft. Nicro. I'm gonna call it double N Nicro. Double Microsoft. N double Microsoft. And N Nicro. Nicro? I don't acknowledge the letter M. My name's actually double N Ike. Double N Ike. I'm not proud of the first letter of my name. The first letter of my name. The first letter of my last name. That comes first, even though it's my last. Would that be my first letter? Would that be my third capital or my third name? I'm gonna call it my tersh name. Like turf war, but tersh. You'll learn it when you get to math class. Math class does not. Math needs its own symbols. Nobody likes the symbols in math. You had me annoyed with the ones as soon as you because they teach you that the put a okay, first it's a period, first it's a dot, then it's a period. Now it's a colon. It's like okay, now you're gonna make the subtraction sign. Wait, what? Yep, and you're gonna put it right in between the colon. Okay, no, not doing it. Fine, I'll do it. Put the subtraction sign in between the colon. Okay, now you're going to want to take that and jack up the subtraction side all the way to the max. And make sure you'll know you've gone too far if the other side starts lifting off the ground too. To avoid this, you can avoid this by only lifting to your maximum lift height or pinning your bottom of your division symbol or slash. I think it's a slash. I think it's called a forward slash, even though it looks like it's a backward slash to me. But I mean, you kind of think that since it's all the weight is standing on the foot, that it would matter what the foot is doing, not the head. I don't know. Now I'm sitting there thinking about the. Well, that's why I was always running behind. I was always running behind a little bit short, running a little bit behind in math class. Everything. Like, man, you took the letter X and what? We're going to use it 2 times? The letter X. You know what the letter X does normally, right? It's like the X is the one letter that nobody knows what it does. ECKS. Huh. What about Javier? What about Xavier? X. Y, X. if z. See? Isn't math fun at the speed of light? Small c, little c, big C. What's the little c? Baltic, Mediterranean. C. What is what do you call what do you call land? What do you call longitudinally? What do you call longitudinally symmetrical? I don't know. Oval shouldn't even be a thing. I deleted that out of my lexicon a long time ago. Whatever you call the equivalent, whatever lexicon is for numbers, I'm gonna call it my numsicon. My number's gone. My number. Never mind that last part. I meant to say numbar, but I misspoke because I thought I was saying lumbar support. I did not say number. I'm all for chopping off the unnecessary parts of words, but for some reason I'm not a big fan of chopping off the R sound. I think the R is one of the focal points. It's one of the key. It's like one of the first turns when it comes to pronouncing a word. Take pronouncing, for example. Don't say the R. How do you even say it? Pronouncing? What's my pronoun? Fine, I'm just going to boycott all Oz. I'm an apper. I'm an aspying. I grew up and I always aspired to be an apper. And then I was real bummed out when I got to the 6th grade and got my first dictionary. Saw that rapper was spelled with the W. Didn't think much of it. Got to the woman part. Yeah, made sense. I'm not a lady, so I can't be a rapper. If I was, I'd be a trashy one. Ladder. I mean litter? Litter. Something's got to be done with the T's and the D's. Who done it? Do you know the history of the English language? Do you want to know? Me too. Let's find out. Who does T plus T to equal D? Rut. But. What is that prefix or suffix ER? What is that even? It says it's one of them. It says it's a suffix, but nah. That's because whoever has to label that, whoever just found the suffix pile and threw it in there and knew that's not going to go anywhere. You'll ever be able to find it after that. Well, you look up the suffix and it's like, it's this, that, or this. Or is it ab is like away, without? There should be a better word for that. Prenatal? Oh, I meant to say prenatal. That's what the treasure trail is. It's prenatal. Depending on if you're upside down in the mirror. If you're not upside down in the mirror, then it's just abdominium. Abdominium is a word that anorexic people need to look up. Don't be anorexic. It's too skinny. Because you ever felt something bony on you? Have you ever felt anything bony on you? That thing. What the heck is cool about that? Ain't nothing. Yeah, even if you look, it doesn't matter if you look good. Like if nobody wants to touch you, it's too bony. Man, like it's like do you pet the cat that you can feel its backbone? No, you do until you feel that, and it's like, dang, kitty, I need to feed you some food. That's how stray cats get you to feed them fancy food. It's gross. No, just being able to see your bones are gross. Man, that's not anything cool. That's like not a good time in history being able to see your bones. Maybe I need to go back to that. Yeah, I was going to do some fasting, but I was trying to see if there was a slower way to do it. Like, man, fasting takes a long time. It's not very slow. It's like literally slow. Fasting, it's like 1.1, it's like 1.0 real time speed. It's even slower because you're paying attention to it. So it's like, I don't know, it's like makes it like 25% longer. So 0.25, times it by 0.2. Oh, there, almost got myself. Times it by 1.25. The decimal place. Place or holder? Placeholder. Placeholder. A placeholder is another bit of useless information that we learn in school. Hold my place. It's like we always have to have everything when it comes to like learning stuff. We always have to have some like turn something into something that you can like. What do they call it? Isn't that an alliteration? You like give alliterate something. You like give it real life, like animate it, give it like real life features. Like it doesn't need that because, well, first of all, it doesn't have them. Second of all, if it did, it wouldn't be in this like universe. It wouldn't jive with the laws of physics. The laws of physics. We could have gone without learning. You could have pretty much just learned the basic stuff, and 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 give people a heads up on what to expect if you sign up to be chemistrying. Balancing equations. Like I would have paid more attention during algebra if I would have known I would have had to balance equations. Looking back at them, it doesn't seem like it's that hard. But to make your mind switch it, that's the thing. You have to make your mind switch from doing numbers to letters to numbers, but not numbers. All right. When acronyms are just taking off, they're just getting hot. Acronyms are. Acronyms are the devil's nectar, or the DN for short. If you're not up with the whole brevity thing, if you're not up with the whole Bray thing, it's brevs for short. Abbreviated, abbreviate, 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 abbreviating. An abbreviation is done by shortening. An abbreviation, to abbreviate something, you chop off all of the letters that make important sounds in the word. For example, in the words, like I can't think of one off the top of my head, but it's usually in the ones if they have 5 letters or more, it's like one where it seems like a lot of words for an acronym, and it is. It is, especially if you think about like, well, what is the original term? Then you find the original, you look up what the acronym means, and then you have to also look up. Well, you look up what the acronym means, and it doesn't match how many letters you have. So then you look it up again. It's like, oh, you skipped letters. You didn't use that word even. Seems like a pretty important word. It's not like an of or a the or a duh. I mean, that should be auto skip, but auto skip. Auto skip reminds me of the acronym ESP, which reminds me of the acronym AA, which reminds me of the acronym always changing. Yes, that's not an acronym. AC, Dude, acronyms are enough to drive any person into madness. I don't care if it's messy back there. I'm looking too. I'm helping to build your and my skills, because skills last a lifetime, and a lifetime lasts the whole time. Nobody is really able to stay in the present, though, unless you're Santa. Unless you're an elf. If you're an elf, then you want to stay in the present, but you probably don't. Elves are probably the least present-minded people, if they would fall under the people category. Well, I don't know. The pointy ears are one of those things, but I'd have to see the reasoning behind the pointy ears. Because I can't really see any evolutionary reason why you'd want some sharp point like that. Well, not the way that they usually see them pointed. Those points just don't line up. The point, like, why would you want to? Maybe it's supposed to bounce the high frequencies off of your ears. Maybe that could be a thing. Because you see elf ears, and they usually go up. Oh, dang, almost. And they go like that, and then they go up and like back, and then down. It looks like a stupid horn or something like that. Well, evolutionarily speaking, it doesn't make sense. I didn't mean evolutionarily speaking. I meant common sense like thinking. If you know anything about shockwave, you know that it's obsolete. So pressure wave is what we will go with now. We'll abbreviate that PSI high. That's PSIHI. Pressure wave. Pressure wave. Note to self. Self. You don't have to say self when you're writing a note to yourself. You don't even have to write a note to yourself unless you are writing in a public forum, in which case you probably shouldn't put notes on there or write them so it's more for everybody. Or do it unless you're doing it on purpose to annoy certain people that don't like that, which I can understand that. Because there's other ways to get your frustrations out without being what you call an abaser. Don't abash me. Oh no, I want me knocked aback. I won't. You're trying to abate me, aren't you? No, I want to be abated. You want to have an accent contest? I win. Never said which one. Want to have an accent contest? Iron. I win. Want to have an accent contest? Mineral oil. I win. You want to have an accent contest? Wood. I win. Want to have an accent contest? Hickory. I win. Well, you would think there would be a word for I win, but there's not. In Spanish there is, I'm pretty sure, probably. Because Spanish, you can do things like make sense without having to use more words that don't make sense in a way that doesn't make sense to make sense. Because you should be able to modify the word with the vowel. But nobody knows what vowels do necessarily. I don't. I'm still trying to figure it out, but I'm very disorganized when it comes to keeping track of where things are. I just have tons of papers. I have an obsession with handwriting and an obsession with ripping on it. I still can't figure out how to hold my pencil. Wah. So writing's annoying. I got twitchy fingers. Twitching around. Sometimes it seems like, am I writing on a stationary object? Or am I folding stationary origami with a metal ruler on a train to the accuracy of 0.1 millimeter? I mean, come on. I was in the store the other day and I saw a ruler with metal inside of the wood on the ruler. Great idea until you notice the fact that it wasn't 12 inches long. And great thinking. Kind of an oversight. Almost, but not quite. And you'd probably want it to be just over 12 inches because how are you going to do a 12-inch line with 12 inches of metal? You're going to have at the beginning of your line and at the end of your line, you're going to have what is called gross, do that again. Or because at the beginning and end of your line, you'll find what's called ish. Is that a pen? Did a pen just snag on a paper? Ish. Pen technology sucked when I was going to school. This is disgusting. Yeah, we only wanted to use them because we couldn't use them. They wouldn't let us. Because apparently red means red for teachers, which I kind of like, but they couldn't figure out which they wanted to do, red or blue. Like, I had one teacher used black for pen. Like, come on, really? I never understood that with eraser. It's like, what shouldn't it matter if you like? Shouldn't it like depend on your preference of whether or not you like eraser? I can't read. I can't read grayscale notebook paper. I just can't. Because by the end of your by the end of the semester, it's you got. Don't even get me started on this topic. This is such an annoying topic that I have such a backlog of annoyance from because it's literally stuff I did all class long, all throughout school, my whole time being a schooler, and just never noticed it or really paid attention to it. Like the Chinese, and who do you think invented mechanical pencils? I'll give you one hint. Rose art can't be an American name. Rose art. There's nothing artful about roses, first of all. There's not. Maybe like in the style, maybe in the method, like what you need to do to pick them. Like there's nothing cool about roses, man. Yeah, I don't think most people know that they have thorns on them. They don't come. They don't come. They don't come clipped off either. Got every push to get every pet snipped, but go to dang pick up a an apology bouquet and not let your guard down for a second. Yep. I just don't understand flowers, first of all. Yeah, they smell. I don't get it, though. What's the point? They don't smell for very far. You gotta get like right next to them for them to smell. Unless they're a really fragrant flower. Those smell good, like lilacs. Although it's kind of got a crappy name, though. I think lilac comes from a. That's what we do in English. We base things off of Latin, change the spelling, keep the spelling, chop off some letters, add a couple, and then pronounce it differently. Have it mean something different, and then blame it on Latin. Like, why do we even use Latin? Like, what is Latin, anyways? That English would probably make a lot more sense if it wasn't for Latin. What do we have? Like, what? That's typical American English. Like, because the English, the thing with English, it's so old. It's like very, very old. Like, I went to vowel shift. Like, whatever. They had automatic transmissions back then. No, I mean manual transmissions back then. I mean, it'd be vowel shift. Vowel shift. The great vowel shift. Well, there was the great vowel. The great vowel. 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 Vowel shift. Vowel shift. Vowel shift. Vowel shift. That'd be great. If there's probably so many with how many words I make up, or well, not make up, with how poorly put together. Because that's what you have to do with English. You have to go through all the vowel variations, and guess. So if it's something on paper, even if you look up the pronunciation, good luck. Man, I can't figure. I've been looking at that stuff for a long time, and I haven't been able to make sense of it yet. I don't get it. The only thing I get to is like, man, I knew there was something backwards about J or G. G is DJ3? Backwards 3? That's an E. which is an M, which is a W. What's going on here? Something seems askew. Okay, so you expect me to pay attention to I can ignore 45 degrees of acuity. Acuity of, well, if it's not a word, then your dictionary is wrong. Acuity. If it's askew by 45 degrees, I guess I can look past that after adjusting my angle up by 45 degrees. But if you're asking me to look past a 90 degrees of askance, it's askant by 90 degrees. I don't know if I can do that. Askant? What's askant? It means to be askew. It means to be off. Look up the word ajar. Now, what's a jar? Like it's like it seems like those started out with with good intentions. Like some of them that mean like float and afloat. Like you can't float without a body. So like yeah, you will be functioning as the head of this word. Okay, you will be the head of this house, this word house. You understand? No, I'll have no complaining out of you. That's the letter B. Just let me worry about letter B, okay? Bemoaning will not be tolerated. Tolerated. TOLE. Ratted. Literally everything is backwards about English. Like there's not. Oh man, I have a hard time staying off of the topic of English. But everywhere I look, there's letters. Every time I look at a letter, it's like, what is that letter? Flip it over. Oh, now what is it? Now what is it? Is that a Z? No, that's an N. Is that a U? No, that's 2U. Double U. The only letter with 3 syllables. How does that work? It doesn't even have 3 humps. Are you adding the inverted hump? That's ump. Why isn't it hump and nump? Hump and nump. How come we got brother letters and sister letters? And sister letters and brother letters? Well, you can't really blame the vowel. Well, you can't really blame the vowels too much because the consonants are supposed to know what they're doing, but the vowels are supposed to know what they're doing even more. So you got the consonants running around. See? What are you doing here? Nothing. What are you doing here? He's talking to the letter S. That's a double C, but it's not. I can understand why people that have dyslexia have it out. I'm surprised there's been nobody that's like really been like a dyslexic Robin Hood or something like that, or dyslexic vigilante. Try to get to the bottom of some of these letter flips and why. Because I think it comes down to if they would have had ways to drill through stone and a way to put wire through stone tablets, they would have been able to always have to tell the orientation of the letter, whether it's up or down. Because it seems like I bet you there was like when they were first teaching letters, I bet you there were teachers that had a nice hand whittled wooden set of letters, and then along came cursive, and once you know, nobody's doing that with cursive letter. And I think if there's anything that's written in cursive, it's probably a street sign. It's the only thing that's left that's written in cursive, because cursive is code. Guaranteed. You know why they put street signs in cursive? It's a sneaky little trick that little snaky towns do that don't have enough money, and they want to be just absolute snakes. Absolute snakes. I don't care. And it's not the cop necessarily, it's the freaking town. Like, nobody can read cursive. No, you can't. You can't read cursive until you get right up next to it. And you can't read it from the side. Then what does it do in the wintertime? You ever seen what snow does on a street sign? It looks like silver paint, silver paint. Why are you stopping? Visibility ain't Visibility ain't all that it's. What the heck? What font is that? Yeah, I'd like to find what font that is. There's a town around Maple. I had to drive past that sign like so many times. So many times. What does that say? Maple? Why would you name a town or a street that anyways? It seems like there's not very many names to choose from back in the trees. Everything was based off trees. Maple Grove, Elk Grove. Trees are animals. You know what they weren't based off of? Liberal tidbits of advice. Like, that didn't make sense. Scrub liberally. Liberally. Now you want, what's next? You want to scrub liberally. I'm actually, I actually do work for an unemployment service, being unemployed. I have Schizo effective. I'm Schizo effective, and I'm not. Which means I'm not very effective at doing much of anything except for jumping from topic to topic and smearing it as I go. It's like a long shop window with different parts of glass that have baked on nose grease. That's probably not going to come off, even if you scraped it off with a knife. Man, eyes are annoying. How come there's two of everything? I bet you I've asked more questions than anybody that's ever lived. Anybody that's ever lived. Already. I'm only 36. It's like I have a voice inside my head that literally doesn't stop asking questions and doing not what I tell it to do. It's like there's immature. There's immature, and then there's like immature meets ADD down to each word. Then it's like, oh, this isn't enough. We'll move on to letters. Like, oh my, wow. Then you start looking up compound words, and then you can't stop looking up compound words, and now you're jumping letters again, just like back in the first grade when they teach you how to read, but at like the slowest pace possible. So now you're like, you're bored the entire class, and you're jumping letters. Jump up, five. Oh, ooh, I like 5-letter words now. What's a period? No. Now I don't have. Well, it's something to do during class. See how long you can get it. Ned, Fred, Ted. Which one came first? Ned, Ted, or Fred? Got. Oh, that's all of them. Ned, Ted, Fred, or Red. Oh, Ned, Ted, Fred, Red. Ned, Ted, Fred, Red. Ned, Ted, Fred, Red. Tapping is a good way to learn stuff. Ted, Fred, Red. Ned, Ted, Fred, Red. Ned, Ted, Fred, Red. Now you want to picture your pinky being a little person named Ted. Because, wait, Ned? Your pinky's going to be Ned. Nobody likes a Ned. Pinky is Ned. Ned, Ted, Ed, Red. Wait, I found another one, I think. Ned, Ted, Ed, Red. Ned? Wait, maybe we should start with Ed. Ed, you're going to be on the pinky, okay? Ed, pinky. Ed. What's next? Bedhead. No. Ed. What's the education? Dang it. Freebie. Next. New word. Ed, Ted, Ned, Red. Ed, Ted, Red. If you don't shut up about Ned, Ted. What about EN? What about the English version of Ned? I think they should make a voice model, and just have him be Ned, because then you could have it be Ned, and it could be the English version, and then it'd be something that everybody would want the font of. Ned English. Netting. Netting? Gee. Ish. Netting? I don't know. I don't like the word netting. I don't like any of the slang for it with that. I like that thing. I don't like any of the slang for it. Just don't. I'll just leave it at the fact that they don't. If you don't know, if you're a word and you don't know how letters work, I get that it's English, but come on, pussy. That's like got to be the most like. That's like got to be worth a couple 100,000 moists. Moist, MOIST, MOIST. Thank you for calling Misty's Moist Voice. Please leave your name and number after the beep. 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 PEEP. Click. What the heck just happened? Oh, you just got stood up by an answering machine. I think when I go to sleep at night, what I normally do, when I dream at night, what I normally do is hold on. When I dream at night, what I normally do is think about things throughout the day that bug me and then try to remember what the heck I was just going to say after changing what I was looking at. What the heck was I gonna say? Well, if you don't know, I don't know. Nobody knows. Well, isn't that great? This is like an industrial question and answering session. The fluoride is good. The fluoride. It's like, how come you threw the word flower in there? Mixed it up. Threw the word flu at the beginning of it. Yeah, nobody wants to deal with anything that has to do with the flu. Nobody wants to ride on the flu. I don't even think bird flu was a thing yet. And this is the time when bird flu hadn't even flown yet. Flown is not very good spelling. What is with OWs? It has nothing to do with my OWI count. I just don't like OWs. I don't have anything against women. Ow. Acronyms drive me crazy. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. Know what I'm saying? N W I S. Now ease. No ease. Acronyms can. Like if the British start getting in on acronyms, like, dude, you used up all your acronym credits when you started chopping up the R. Was that where the letter N came from? How come double N comes before the single N? Huh. Seems like it should make a difference which side the look. So what's the little kickstand thing for? Stability? Is it for looks? Oh, it's for directional orientation. Which direction does it orient you to help you to orientate yourself with? Oh, the z-axis. Oh, lovely. Excellent. The only one of the only letters that is symmetrically flip-floppy. Flip-floppable. Flip-flop. Flip-floppable. Is it? Flip-floppable. Nope. It'd be backwards. It ain't flip-flop. Wait, is it? That's like, I get confused with that stuff. Dyslexia. Yeah, that's what it is. I get my mental stuff that I say gets switched around a lot. Oh, I have two different streams going in my head at multiple times. One stream is set to listen only for puns. Another stream is set to listen for anagrams. So I got two streams coming in for anagrams. One person and then that stream gets chopped down and sublets his work out or subcontracts his work out to another stream. That is not very motivated. So I mean, to be fair, it doesn't really have anything to do with landscaping or lawn care, and that's probably what they're here for. Mowing. I think maybe we need to stop mowing with shoes on. That might be a thing. I mean, seems like they do everything without shoes on in other countries. And I don't know, I gotta say, kind of like that idea. I wouldn't like it. I'd only like that, except for people except for you see it where they're doing anything working with metal shavings or grindings, even if it's grinders. No, I don't trust that. Somebody's going to come in. Next thing you know, somebody comes in with a metal cutting chainsaw, as opposed to what, a wooden cutting chainsaw. They don't make chainsaws out of wood. They make metal chainsaws out of metal to cut wood. I wonder if you can cut metal with a metal chainsaw. What kind of metal would they use, man? MEDDLE. MEDAL. METAL. MEDLEY. This tastes medley. No, it doesn't. It tastes vegetably. Vegetable. 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 If you pronounced it funnier, vegetable. 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 Introducing the all-new and improved Vegetable. With less of this, what is this stuff that only has one flavor and is meant to cover up all of the flavor of whatever I puts it on? White and green. What is this that tastes like the one ingredient that's in it? Frank. Toby. Well, Tabasco. It's like, I don't know how that works with stuff where it comes to like brand names and products and stuff like that, because I don't like brands typically, because especially nowadays, they're cutesy. I got enough of this cute. Oh, cute. Oh, that's actually a cute word. You should make that into a brand. Have you ever thought about strengthening your brand? Oh wow, what you should try, you should really look into generating less what do you call it? What do you call the throughput of meaning? Like nowadays it's like there's a thing where it's I just don't get it. Everybody wants things shorter and shorter, but there's like they want to use more. There's more and more and more and more and more words. Boiling things down to a short bit, concisivity, concisivity, sass. I like things like concisivity. It may not be a word yet, but I know that one day it will be a word. I like the word gerund. It's actually the word is actually gerund. How do you spell that? G E. Wait, did you say G? Yes, G. So gerund is with a G. Yes, gerund is with a G. G E. Did you just say E? Yes, G E. For A? For gerund? Are you sure you know how to spell it? So, okay, whatever. G E R. We found a letter. We found a letter. That'll be detention for that. Well, that's worth it. GERU. Can you repeat the first part? I don't remember what we were talking about. Gerund. The word is gerund. See, like a sped up version of of the interaction with like a teacher and a student. It's like why they don't spend too much time hovering on words. Like by the time they get through, waiting, waiting through the spelling, it's like why? And then because they spend half the time when spelling is like the coolest class that there was. Spelling was the only fun class. I sweared, the only fun class that there was. I'm trying to stop my swearing, and I'll go. Yes, what you wanted, the ricking creak in the door was very cussworthy. Cussworthy. How many times does the letter S get used? I don't know. Too many. Where does it get used? Where it shouldn't. The letter C. I actually one day I was talking to my mom, and I was talking to her about how annoying letters are, and she went off and said something about how she thinks that the letter C. She always wondered about the letter C. Like, I'm listening. She's like, I don't even think the letter C should be a letter. I'm like, do tell. And she's like, well, what does it even do? It never seems to do what it's supposed to do. It shows up. Sometimes it wants to always be the S. There's an S here already. Fine. Well, you're still here. Whatever. There's still, the letter C is right next to the letter S. Fine, I'm doing a hard C then. Conk me in the head. Please. Enoch? Conk. Enoch? Conk. Conk? Chonk. Chonch. Chonk. I like my abalone like I like my seafood chonky. Chonky, man. Chonky. Chonky. I don't know what. Question. What's a able one? What's a ball one? Able one? This question is for able one. It's not. It's the word is abalone. It's the word is abalone. You need to not refer to users as words or words as users. Okay, what's your question? Okay, so who is able one then? Able one is nobody. That's the word abalone. So you're not able one? No, I'm not able one. I'm the instructor. Abalone is a word. It's like a seashell. You know those seashell things? Ignore the letter C. Seashell. S-E-A. S-E-A. Like the word seer or seat or seep. But nope, not seat. Peas. Almost, not peas. Uh-oh, I'm going to get stuck on anagram again. Anagrammatically speaking, every time I hear anatomically correct now, it's anagrammatically correct. Anagrammatically. It's like, that's not even a word. I know. That's why I've made it up. There's already enough words. We don't need any more coining. Yeah, because nobody uses change anymore. Just call it something else. I think they call that rebranding today. Notice how it's got the, you want to know, pay special attention to the prefix re. That's going to be doing what vowels do, not what they're expected to do. Why do we have, there's some language that didn't have vowels. I could not imagine life without vowels. Nobody knows what they are, why they do what they do, or how they even got to that point. Nobody wants to do anything about it. Sorry, that's the word. Not about it. Now, there should be more words. There should be 5-letter words should be reserved. There should be 5-letter words that are reserved with I-O for swappery, that you can swap the letters around in them or something. Or I don't know, put it on top or on the bottom or something. Or I don't know. Put it as a watermark for all I care. But no more. guessing on how this word is pronounced. Literally, there's nobody that can pass the test to become an American citizen, including me, and I am pretty good at taking tests on things that I'll never have to take tests on. So it's one of those things that I could guaranteed probably pass. Should be able to pass without even trying because I have a penchant. Ha ha ha! Blah, 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 blah. Quiet, Bicky. I have a pen named Bic E. Bice. Man, if you came to me and said, "Hey, you can't use that Krispy Kreme thing," like I didn't. How did I spell it? Oh, because see, that's where they got him. They got him in the spelling. Like, man, they got you in the spelling. Because they got you in there. But yeah, there's a difference between libel and slander. There is. I mean, I don't want to play that, man. Wait until I get me an AI lawyer. I'll tie you up in litigation all day. You can play at that game. I'll sue you twice. Go ahead and sue me. I'll sue you 3 times. I'll sue you multiple, and I'll use the money that I'm saving on the lawyer fees to soften up the judge. Heck, there's got to be something that he likes. It ain't a bribe. It's a $20,000 marble ashtray. Well, but if anybody could smoke in the building, it would probably be you. So, I mean, if I were you, I'd put it right outside your chambers. Either that or you could really go for the burn and put it right as you walk in the doors. Still not one person yet, but I don't care. I just wish that thing wasn't up there. It's so annoying. I'm going to put a piece of tape over that. I might turn my screen off. I might actually be able to think of something. How are people, I don't understand how people that aren't ADD'd, that don't have ADD, I don't understand how they think. How do people normally think? You don't change what you're thinking about when your eyes dart across the room or something, or hearing something, or you don't trail off in what you're thinking about because you're watching your lips move, but not watching your lips move, watching your eyes move, but not your eyes aren't moving, but your mouth is moving, but not discernibly, and you're not watching it enough to make anything discernible. You're literally just wasting Google time. Good. They waste a lot of my time on books. And they drive me crazy because I got a million PDFs that I snaked away for free, but I can't find them. Can't find my good ones. I've probably spent a month looking for PDFs. I was all about PDAs. Now, come on, PDF, printable document format. Wow. Man, there was a push for a while there with engineering. Engineering typically, if it makes any sense, but if you know Latin, engineering makes a lot of sense. But hey, it's Latin. Show me prenatal. Show me prenatal. Prenatal. That's pre-Latin. Just the T. T, X, and addition sign in here. You just bring the whole PEMDAS crew in here. PEMDAS. Yeah, I have a suggestion. If you're going to have a different, they call that a mnemonic. Is it mnemonic? Mnemonic. Mnemonic. We'll call it a mnemonic. Hey, mnemonic. Would you like to help me remember some words today? Owen? Nah? No. Spend half the time trying to guess what he's saying. He just takes that all the time. He'll take a vowel and he'll just refuse. He knows what the vowel sound is supposed to be. I know he does. He just refuses to do it. It's called the Great Webber. That was the time then, the Great Webber shift. Webber, the Webber, the Webber, the Webber, the Webber is a for shift, vowel shift, vowel shift. The those the vowel shift. Man, can we have a different English? Can anybody start going through English? I hope. Man, it's great that Elon Musk is doing all the stuff he's doing with Tesla and stuff, just because he's such a controversial person. Because there's just a certain part of our country that just is addicted to controversy. Doesn't matter who, what, when, where. Like there's just say there's a large group of people that you would probably adjust your squelch settings for, because it's hard to think. Got that squelch going on. Man, there's nothing more annoying than somebody that doesn't know how to run squelch. Like, dude, if you're running a squelch, I get it. If you need to have the squelch on. It's like if you're in some parts, like if you're in Iraq or something like that, you're gonna be rocking like low squelch, but it's gonna be low volume too. Like you're not gonna. There's nothing more gross than really loud static. Like you might as well just start. Might as well hook up a bass to a distortion. Might as well hook up distortion on bass. Ick. It sounds. I know it's how lovely notes are clashing against each other haphazardly, missing parts, coming out all busted up, and smelling like different fruits and types of runoff. Like, keep those things on a shelf or on a pegboard or a hook or something. What? Damn letters, man. You gotta take care of stuff. You ain't gonna have nothing. Just letters. Did you say just letters? Just letters? Just letters? Just letters? I'll tell you something. Lead brought down an entire civilization. Supposedly, very likely had something to do with it. Now, times have changed. This is 20 and 23. Okay, 20 and it's 20 and 24 now. Man, oh man, 20 and 24. Okay, we use fluoride for that. You ever ridden the flu before? Get some fluoride, man. Nobody likes the fact that your bones are so dense. It's like, I don't care. I don't care I don't care. Then show me how it does that. I don't care. I don't trust you. Because you're an industry. That's literally like industry has the words not trustworthy built into it, baked into it. At least it used to. I used to right by, and that used to be in the common shelf drawer. You know, that drawer that got replaced in kitchens with knickknack drawers because nobody wanted the drawer that's small enough that you can't fit the little silverware divider in. The thing that has the 75 extra thousand big spoons because nobody needs a big spoon. Sell me a press that I can use to hydraulically punch press out one of them things then, so I can turn my useless spoons into usable spoons. Are we teaming up with the ADA on this one? And teaming up with fluoride? ADAs. A. 3 is the max of A's. 4 is the maximum of A's that you can go. A, American Automobile Association. Okay. It's like the word association. It's one of those words that probably came from Britain, if you think about it. Man, it's hard to find nice to say about them frickin' British folks from back in the day. And all I can do, because I'm just barely escaping from their genetics, the genetics that I don't know. There's had been a lot of inbreeding going on. I'm just saying. Well, you've probably annoyed me a lot with your chopping up of R, which I don't care. I don't have a problem with that. Just don't rap at the same level. You have a handicap on that you're not deducting the points from. Okay. And second of all, you can't rhyme like that. Because everything rhymes with that. That's he's gonna chop off the second half of every word now. Whatever word you don't like, he's gonna chop it off. This British people have a way of just saying a lot of things without saying very much. They say more stuff than any other language, I think. You listen to some like British people talk or whatever. I don't know if that's just the way they talk on TV, but man, that would suck to be a British actor. You know how many freaking like especially if you weren't a British person, like what the heck do you say now? Why would I say that? Fish and chips. I think go. This ain't the night for Christmas. Maybe it's night for Christmas times 2 to 3. Maybe it's night times Christmas. It's about 12 days after Christmas. Wrong. That's pretty close. Close. Tomorrow will be 12 days after Christmas, I think. Close enough. Who cares? This is the best winter that we've ever had. I can't wait to have more of it. I need to start making my coffee and that taste that I did in that face that I make was so you would know it's coffee. Well, I didn't mean to make that face. I was like, man, this looks like I'm drinking mixed drinks. I'm not. If I was, I wouldn't waste my time. I wouldn't try to put it in something like this. Yeah, I'm just gonna sacrifice the appearance for the taste and the coldness. You're right. Ain't happening. Don't worry about it. What's in it? Liquid. I'm sorry, what kind of liquid? What'd you say the density per part per million was on that thing? What's whatever that number is, where you take like the weight divided by like the surface area or something? Yeah, I'll go and put it up on my feed. Yeah. Feed. That's another one of those words that FEED. Really? Feed. You know what I think of when I hear the word feed? Add iron. Okay. Fee. Fe. Fe is iron. Capital F. Lowercase e. I run. Fee. Add iron. Add ironclad. Iron. Dang it. Missing the CL. Well, I blame the town that I grew up in. Because once I grew up in Clear Lake, and there's a town called in a little smoky town called Clear Lake. The last name of the state has been blurred to protect the state's identity. Blurmitted, I mean. Blurmitted. What about it? A smoky little village called Wisconsin. Damn it! Shit! 2 seconds. Man, that's what happens when I try to think. Oh, there I go trying to think again. It's like there's attention span, and then there's my attention span. It's like, oh, there he is. He walked away from the door. I'm out. Gets out of the room. Like the other one, it's like the two because they don't work in pairs. They're scheduled in pairs. Like my brain frequencies or whatever I like the word frequency because that's confusing. Why would you why would you bring velocity into it? Oh, you're not because you're always because everything because of the speed of light, right? Does the electricity speed slow down ever at all? How do you know exactly how it goes that fast? It's going fast enough to be too freaking fast to count. We don't have any. Whoever came up, I want to know who came up with some of this stuff. I want to know the reasons why. Like, if there's like purgatory, I want to have. I'd be going around like, what do you mean? How long does this take? Well, who's all here? Oh, you don't say. William. Shake. That doesn't ring a bell. Where'd you say he was at? Where now, fella? Where to be looking for him? Where could I find him at? Shakespeare or something like that. No, I don't think it's that. It'd be spelled wrong. It's spelled wrong if it is. Yeah. No, I don't have any interest in. Wait, I don't have. Are the thing? Are can I? Do I have to tell the truth still? Oh. What if I can't? Oh, no, I don't want to see Shakespeare. I would like to have a word with him. Dang it! Man, I knew I wasn't a big fan of any of Shakespeare's work because I don't like hearing about anything that it just doesn't make. There's literally not one sentence or one word of all of that makes sense. It's like you have two times of repeating yourself. You have two times. You didn't make sense the first time. Don't repeat it. Well, elaborate on it. Don't repeat it. And then just repeat the exact same tone of voice with no rise and fall at all. Most monotone voice that you can think of. Like it doesn't ever get off the ground. Like, a voice normally has a rise and a fall. Rise and a fall. This voice would be. This is an example of sex. This is an example of speech synthesis. It's like, yeah, nobody can say speech synthesis that fast. Synthesis is not a word that can say fast. I'm starting to say it a little bit faster, but not synthesis. This is an example of speech synthesis. You can't say an S that quick after a CH because your tongue is too far away. This is an example of speech synthesis. You have to keep your tongue at the top of your mouth. This is an example. This is an example of speech synthesis. This is an example of speech synthesis. How come none of those have lisps? All inclusive except for anybody with lisps, huh? Really? Why? Well, somebody's got to stick up for the list because, man, it seems like that's a sneaky little trick right when the AI train's getting on. Like, nobody else? Anybody else? It seems like you should have a lot more on this train. All right, I'm going. Got a 37,184 T's, 897,000 H's. None of them showed up, so I don't know what to do. All aboard! I think they should say all aboard. They should say, why not say all aboard? It's like, well, you're saying I think that's comes from like back in the early days when the people like to have certain things to sound fancy about. Everybody wanted to sound fancy with language, so they made up all these different rules that don't work, and only one person knows what they meant, or like knows the key to how to decipher them, or why they even make sense, or even know the relevance of them. And that person was the person that came up with that, and they have long since been, deceased. They died a long time ago and took that with them. Either that or it was purposely taken out by somebody who didn't want, It's like it doesn't take missing much of something, not missing much of missing parts of the equation or the puzzle, missing piece to the puzzle. What do you mean missing piece to the puzzle? I'm never doing a puzzle again. I will never do a puzzle again. Missing. Why doesn't this thing come with a weight? How come there's not a tear weight on this thing? How come I can't? I should be able to look at this thing. I should be able to look at this thing and weigh it. Granted, the parts would be off. It said it said the weight came out right. Yeah, that's an old puzzle. They're meant to soak up sweat. They need to be kept. Puzzles need to be kept with salt at the bottom of the ocean. It's the best place to store a puzzle. I remember being a little kid doing puzzles in the library and being so like, what? Why would I want to do that? A puzzle? Yeah, if I can do the edge. If I can do the edge pieces. No. Or maybe make it till you get to run out of edge pieces and it's like, yep, I'm done. Nope, don't care. Don't care. It's really not impressive to me. Really not impressive at all. The only thing I'm thinking about is how in the heck did you cut that out? That's just super annoying. So what happens? Oh man, that's just super annoying. So you have like little tiny. You probably have to do it like a die set, probably have to do it like an old school typeset thing where you gotta load up all the different pieces and. Well, how else are you doing it? You could do it with a roller thing. Probably CNC roller thing. Probably do it with a CNC roller thing. I don't know about that though, because you'd almost that's probably why they don't have a layer on their back. That's probably why the back of the puzzle piece doesn't have a wax layer or whatever a delaminating layer. Because that way you can those things that you press knives, their screens in, those little roller things. They probably use a real sharp one of those things, put on a CNC machine. But yeah, that'd be my guess. Probably be the cheapest way to do it because it ain't a scroll saw. Ain't nothing like that. Unless they're no, they could be doing it like that too. Oh, that makes sense. Huh. Don't get it. Yeah, I really don't get it. I keep bumping the table. I think that's what I keep hearing. I keep wiggling the table, and it's like, bump, 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 bump. I lost my train of thought like 15 times now because I keep hearing stuff. The table. I lean forward. I lean forward. When I lean forward. When I lean forward, I feel stability. When I lean forward. When I lean forward, I don't care about what Germans think about my accent because I don't like German people. Well, it's not that I don't like German people. I just don't want to have to say any other long words ever. And I think that it's going to be hard for a person that's got the German in them to stop thinking like that. I don't care how some of these smart people come from Germany. You ever seen their letters? Dude, they got like an addiction to long words. Like long words and like extra stuff. Like, nah, we'll keep it all. It's like the German was like a math teacher or something like that. Like, no, we'll keep it all there. No, we'll keep it all there. I don't know any words in German to reference it to. I just know that they all are very long and they all kind of look the same. And I don't think my voice is capable of doing that. I think that's a different letter or something, or a different sound. If you get offended by that, then I mean, it's a language. Didn't say that about you. Said it about the language, didn't I? You just happen to use a stupid language. It's not your fault. I use a stupid language too. It's an unrefined language. American is. German must be a language that makes people smarter because they have more. Maybe it's that might be a trick. Maybe it's like more paces that you get. Maybe it's more brain train time. You know what I mean? Kind of like the immune system needs some germs that are. It needs to work out. The brain. Crosswords are not a workout. Crosswords are a work down. A work in progress that never gets done. Wide load coming through spelt wrong because the D is upside down. Dang it, that would be a B. Oh man, I'm eating foaming at the mouth. That's a good one. I think that must be a side effect. I wonder if that's a side effect of speaking German. But how did Hitler never have foam at his mouth? That seems like it would be a hard thing to do because when you really start getting, you'd have to like literally keep stopping to. I can't understand anything. That drives me crazy not being able to understand what's going on. Man, being a baby sucks. I bet you're just lucky you don't have to be a baby again. Dude, being a baby would suck so bad. The nights, I bet you, take forever. Dude, I bet you, I bet you by the time you get to 6, you've lived like 50 times. Like, you've lived like 50 lifetimes, basically. Because you have no control over when you get to see a clock. And even if you did, you wouldn't know how to use it yet. That's kind of where, like, you ever seen those clocks that, like, it's like there's, okay, a clock. So where do all clocks come from? Is it Switzerland? So clocks come, the bare minimum, they go to Switzerland. There's a bare minimum of like standard of clock that comes from Switzerland. Like the least complicated, the cheapest to make, least, most nuts or most bare bone, most basic. Not going there. Most basic. Dang it! What the heck was I talking about now? Oh yeah, it doesn't have enough junk. It doesn't have a bunch of junk in it. I don't remember what it was though, because now all I can think of is a mountain. I don't know why. German something. Oh yeah, and they use a lot of M's and extra M's. Man, I wonder if they have like the right amount of I don't I don't have any. I literally don't know anything about German, so I literally don't know enough to even have anything intelligible to say. But that doesn't mean that there's not people that. Did you say the word Germany? Oh, I'm listening. It's not called Germany. It's called Deutschland. 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 Deutsch. We had a German exchange student. Man, I fucking loved hearing that guy talk. I loved hearing that guy talk. It's like, how do you? He like had a like he's captivated by his fucking hairy legs and his voice. I was like little pre-adolescent, and I was wading through the years of mid-adolescence in a pre-pubescent body. It's like, man, this guy comes over, it's got freaking three stash worths of puberty. Like, got enough puberty, got enough testosterone probably to get me through puberty 4 or 5 times. Man, just a cool way of. It seems like you can never really tell that he didn't. Like he would say "oh" all the time, and he didn't have any part of your brain that was instantly annoyed by it. Yes, there is, because if you say it's something that you can consciously stop yourself from doing. It just takes a lot of time and practice, and a lot of ignoring the part of yourself that wants to acknowledge it. ACK is acknowledged, not AK. They teach you AK and they teach you ACK. They teach you AK and then they teach you ACK. When you get to Cisco, you will know how to spell another word that's not a word improperly or but be able to blame it on an acronym. Don't blame it on the first letter. There's more letters that come after that. Cisco, what does it stand for? Computer Information Systems Coding Controller. Controller. Man, I because I went to tried my go at broadband technology a couple years ago. That was a mistake. Yeah, note to self. Look up the word that look up the main word from whatever the class is. Figure out just look up that word. So if I would have looked up that word, I probably wouldn't have taken the class. Wait a minute. Broadband? ISDN 28? Or 128? Wait a minute. Isn't this like another word for cable? Cable? HFE? It's not cable. That's HFE, which is what again? A hysteresis? FE. That thing is hysteresis. H would be hysteresis. FE. HFE. High HFE. Don't even, man. If I could find, I'd be in purgatory, like overhearing Beeves, because nobody will tell me where I find Shakespeare guy at. I just want to ask him a few questions. So I'm just dropping Eves as much as I can, and I hear somebody say something about, oh damn, what was it? I actually say some guy like, so like you could do it like both. It'd be the easiest way to do it, probably be to get some sort of access to a bird's eye view. If you get access to a bird's eye view that's not bird's eye view, because bird's eye view is not very useful. It's the 45-degree angle. Having 45-degree angle. It's not even. No, you can't really do 45-degree angles because you got to think you're not going to be able to have very tall equipment. You're not going to be able to see anybody that well. What am I getting at? Well, fish eye lenses are stupid. Okay. First of all, have eyes, 2 of them. Why do you use that? It's a circle. Not everything's a circle is an eye. What if it's a wheel? Why don't you call it a fish wheel? Wheels can stand alone. Eyes can't. An eye doesn't stand on its own. Not even Cyclops has an eye that stands on its own. Nobody starts off with an eye that stands. Well, eyes come in pairs. Oui. And as we all know, eyes. We. Eyes come in pairs. Eyes come in, eyes come in. Yes, eyes come in pairs. Yes, eyes come in pairs. How do you say I? How do you say you in, how do you spell you? Man, hot French chicks teach all languages. I'd learn French. I'm not a big fan, man, but I don't really remember much of the words, but man, I had a good time watching her mouth, though. She was super pretty. Next thing you know, I was learning French. And I don't even really care to learn French. Because I know one language enough that bugs me. All it is. Like, I don't want to know other languages. There was a point in time when I thought to myself, second language. Probably be a really good idea to learn a second language. So then, of course, I did the opposite of what everybody else is forced to do in school, and I actually for a second language that I'd be most likely to use. And for me, that was Spanish. Now, at the time, I was ignorant to the fact that Spanish has things that I'm not a big fan of rules. I'm not a big fan of, but I'm a big fan of structure and order, and them staying like that and not doing other things. That string of letters has been taken in that order. Gonna need you to come back with that. Bring it on back, sir. No. No, we're not doing that. Nope. The letter's taken and the sound has been taken. You're not gonna do a better. A betor? No. Better has been used. Okay. The whole thing with better and beater, like, are we going to use the? Are we going to do anything with that, or just when you know that nobody really knew how to? You know how sloppy handwriting is. That's the thing. People learned how to write off of other people that didn't have pencils, and learn how to write from other people that didn't have pencils, who learned how to write from other people who also didn't have pencils, who learned how to write from other people. Again, pencils were not a thing. Who learned to write from other people, who learned to write from other people, who learned to write from other people with sticks. Now, if you notice, there's several generations of gap there. Those are the years of oration. Oration. What is an oration? What's an orator? An orator is one who orates. What does orate mean? Orate. One who rates O's. Really? That actually makes sense. Oh, 10. No. Orate. To orate something is to speak it with your mouth. No shite. Because I speak with my what? My biscuits? I don't speak with my biscuits, and I don't like smoke near my biscuits. Okay. I don't want any part of I don't, because I know that's like, I don't see that. That's why I can't stand watching TV, because commercials are just disgusting. No, they are just absolutely disgusting. They're the devil's creation. Nobody's ever watched a commercial. Nobody's ever watched a commercial. Ever. 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 You know what a commercial could be? This is how, if I did commercials, it would be like this. Bam, thing pops up. Oh, another thing pops up over here. And it'd just be like the thing right across there. Bam, that's it. No annoying jingle. No annoying crap. No annoying stupid words. No annoying stupid, why are they wearing so many clashy colors? Why? Who spent this much time thinking about if red goes with blue? Why am I watching this stupid thing? Now I have the song stuck in my head. Like, really? You want to know what I do with commercials? What I do with commercials? No, it has nothing to do with the price. I won't buy that. I just won't buy I won't buy that brand ever. I don't care if it's the cheapest. I won't buy it for free. I'll buy it to sell it cheaper. Sell it at a loss, just to take it out of yours. Mr. General Millie. First of all, Millie, you got a big mouth, okay? Yeah, you do. Nobody likes a drama queen or king. Nobody likes drama. Forget the king or queen part. I can't stand those words either. It's so dumb. It's like, just talk about getting it. It's like a slap in the face. Must be nice to have a parliamentary system, or a system of, parliamentary system that, I don't know exactly how the British system works, but it seems to have, it seems like they spend less time to smoke up your biscuits. What you want to do is get a nice tight seal. So you want to get a nice tight spread and a nice tight seal. So reach inside your little case, pop it open, and make sure you take your retainer out first. Okay, now you got your retainers out. Then push the shoe right up to the nest of the anus. And then put your retainer back in. I don't know, but, I was just describing a kit that you would use to blow smoke up somebody's biscuits if you didn't want to get shite all over your lip. Yes, sheet. Don't get my lip sheets. No, my lip sheets. But my lip sheets. Have you seen this guy's leap sheets? Son, is it a track and field thing? You sure it's leap sheets? Come on, coach. Where's the coach at? Leap sheets. Lipschitz. Lipschitz. He's actually saying lip shits. That'll be 25 cents in the swear jar. These ain't quarters. These are silver. Never mind. Just go. These are silver dollars in this. Go now. Thank you. Susan Banthony. I don't know. She banned honey? Why would you ban honey? Bant? Who's Bidu Tanthony? Oh, it sounds silly. See, doesn't that sound silly? We take spaces. Consistent spacing is just one of the things that we take for granted in modern day society, because that's the most annoying thing back then about handwriting. It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that before cursive came around, and cursive had to have been invented by people that just couldn't write neat. And those are people that can write neat, but they just know it takes too long. They can read the writing most of the time. It's not very, can't figure it out. So they don't really care if you can read it. And those are those type of people. Okay. Because cursive is one of those things that you have to keep at writing. You have to keep writing it like your whole life, or else you get to the end of a word and it's like, nah, all signature style. It's really annoying. Nobody can read it. And people used to write in cursive. That's a J. Why is an L like that? Why is an L like that? Why is an L like that? Is that an H? Dang it. Man, cursive's stupid. I don't like cursive at all. First of all, I don't like erasers at all either. Because they're gross. Because I can still see that it's erased. That was the point. I don't want to. I'm just going to rewrite it then. I'm just going to rewrite it. Because it's a dirty little trick that the dang Chinese or something. Probably the Chinese. Whoever made the lead came up with it. Okay, don't tell me. Because you're either scratching the stuff you're either scratching the paper, scratching it in there, and the only way to really read it is to scratch over it with a number 2 pencil and lift the cipher seal off of it, or lift the shaded cipher code off it or key off of it, like I've seen done in spy movies, but I've never had any success in recreating. Maybe it didn't have deep enough lines. Because even if I erase it, that was always the thing. It's 0.5 millimeter lead. I don't know what that means. Nobody does. That's why it's in that. That's why it's in that numbers. Nobody knows what it means. It's American. Nobody knows. That's what American industry does. They use metric for everything else. They do it. They've used it for a long time. Go down to was it Rosart? Rosart. Go down to Rosehart. Go down to Rosehart, and ask them. Yeah. How many inches wide their 0.5 millimeter lead is? They look at you like you are crazy. Won't have any idea. Like, why is there nothing on here that I need to know? This does not tell me anything. Yeah, I can look at it and tell that it fits in the hole, okay? I have an eye for that. I can tell that it's going to fit in there, okay? I know that. How many freaking pieces of lead did I get that were supposed to go in there, didn't? I'll tweak the machine a little bit. Man, there's not a single number on it. Well, it's just a, I don't know. Seems like there should be. How much? Oh, because I'd want numbers that matter. Like how much? How much of that dang their pencil lead is going to end up on the back of my hand, smearing across my dang paper? You get to the end of your notebook in math, and it's like, I can't read any of this. This is like so annoying to try to read. It's like literally all my paper is gray. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Can you open the window more? Can you open the shade? Can you open the curtains a little bit more, please? Yeah, I'm not getting enough of a glare off of the whiteboard onto my paper, onto my eye. Thank you. Hey guys, out running out gym class around the school. Can't figure out anywhere else to run, though, can we? No, that's cool. Don't understand why we have windows open. It's like, what is the point in that? Do you know how freaking distracting school is? Like, why? It's like the one room where you shouldn't have, like, you should, like, probably not have windows in it. Because I don't know. The lighting back in those days was just terrible. It probably was decent before before CFL came along, or before fluorescent came along. Don't worry, it'll go away when it's warmed up. Then turn up the heat, because it ain't stopping. And that's years later, because none of I don't tell you none of that. They know it squeals. You want to know how they know? Because the FCC knows. They know it squeals. Okay. There's some things that they know squeals. Okay. They know it makes noise because they have to know. Because if they don't, the FCC is going to make sure they know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just don't worry about it. It's just a little frequency mishap. Yeah, that'd be so here's the fucking fine. Here's the fee for that. Here's the fine for that one. We don't care. FCC don't care. We that does not translate to we care. No, it translates to I don't care what the words say. Did the numbers match up to this? Do these numbers, do this series of numbers have a dot and then a series of numbers after them that match up? I don't care if it's one number after to the right of the dot. Do they? If yes, then we don't care what their words say. We don't care. You just mess with frequencies. Trying to step on a frequency? Nobody's using that. You're not using that for anything. And it's not like that just had anything to do with anything, did it? Did it? Doubt it. I mean, FCC, no. Yeah, they'll know. Because they probably got crawlers all over the web. It's probably where AI came from. The idea of AI just probably pains our government so much. What the heck are we gonna? How the heck are we gonna write off our conflated numbers? Well, duh. Like, you know how much stuff that we have automated in the government? Like, well, I don't know. I know we do people for everything. We do people for everything. Like any sort of anything. Do they need that many people? If they do, then they probably don't have enough. Who's motivating them? Or does it all stack? Does it work like the opposite of China? Yeah, that's why. I think we need to figure out how to kiss China's ass better. There's like literally nothing we can say to like China. You know what China's China had like what Germany had or Poland or Germany had going on with Poland and all the surrounding countries going on for like a long time. And then you couple that with like getting invaded, taken over. Probably a reason why they don't quite see eye to eye with the Japanese, but don't. I mean, Japanese were cruising for bruising at a certain point in time. Man, talk about mental sight. They were close. Japanese were probably closer to taking over the world than anybody. Are you kidding me? Yeah, but with swords. They've already got the mental. Like all they probably really have to do is like, man, if Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles would have came out like 50 years earlier, might have been a different story. Because that's how you would, but the purpose of the cartoon is not for entertainment. It's for psychological. It's to wobble the psychological foundation, or for mental whatever they call that, mental psychology screwery, or they screw with your mental psychology, which is a stupid word, by the way. Psychology really describes a lot of nothing. Good thing he took up an ology for that, though. Psych. What does psi mean? Psychology. I get the ology. I get that part. What's psych? Huh. Do you know why words get annoying? I can sum it up with one word. Authors. Authors. You know why? Because to be an author, you have to be broken. You want to know why? Because if you're neither an introvert nor an extrovert, but you're neither an extrovert nor an introvert. So, like, it doesn't matter what situation you're in, you're not going to be doing it right. And if you are doing it right, you won't be doing it right once you recap the events that happen later. Because you're going to be the one person that's always annoying. It's like, yeah, well, because I've never seen how authors act outside of, like, TV and television. But I wouldn't doubt it if they still use, like, the big words like that. Nobody likes when people use big words and try to, like, talk down to them. It's the most annoying thing ever, because it's a lot easier, because the thing is, it's a lot harder to use small words and keep because it's a subversion, or whatever you call it. It's a method of subversion or diversion, or it's whatever you call it. See, we don't know any of those useful words like version. We have virgin, version. What is that? X, what are you doing? YZ. Exactly. Xavier. Xander. What'd you say? Alexander? I don't see a Z. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your luck, but I don't see a Z. And what's your point? Are you familiar with the trampersand symbol? It's like a backwards 3 or a forwards 3. Yes. Now, if you were to take the colon and insert a 3 up its, sideways. Let's just see, if you were to take the pineapple, in the beginning of Little Nicky, where the pineapple goes up Hitler's keister, skew it by 90 degrees to the X or to the Y, instead of 180 degrees to the Z. To the Z axis. It's just forward and backwards axis. That's what we use as up and down. It gets translated. What we do is we translate it. So what we do is, yes, it's one of those things that's translated. Have you ever tried to receive physical directions from somebody standing behind you? Yeah, it's called a double. It's what you're practicing. What is called double. What do you call it? Double mirroring. Like turning around, like, so to the right. So your left, just do your left or my left, one or the other. Don't try to just do yours. Because then I'm going through it, and it's like, what part about this is not making sense? It's like, you did one of the things backwards, man. Yeah, it does, because it lost me there. Because it's like being like in a corn maze. Have you ever been in a corn maze behind a fast-moving person? I've never been in a corn maze. I can't think of any reason why I'd want to go in a corn maze. I've seen corn. I've ran through corn. It hurts. We'll see why I'd want to go take a chance on going through corn. Why don't you just plant? Oh, I suppose that'd be the real trick. How do they do that then? How do they make it so they can't see where the? I wonder if they're that attentive to the details. Like, do you think they pull up the corn and then, or do they pull it as a corn? Probably like a baby tea leaf. Green tea as a baby tea leaf, white tea, or whatever that thing is, or it's another one of those commercials where it was then right there. It was that day. It was then and there, that very day, that I swore off Brisk. Like, first of all, it's a heck of a name. It's an ironic name for something that it's like the only thing that's tolerable to drink while it's warm. I think he did that on purpose, and I really don't like it. Either that, or I think he didn't do it on purpose, and I even more so don't like that. You put a lot of time into your research. Well, whoever Randy is, I don't care. I'm not floating his boat, okay? What is all this R&D? How much you spend on that? Transmission's been automatic now for what? 60, 70 years? So I spent all this money on R&D. 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 Dude, what's the thing with like what is it? Why should I have to pay for you? Upgrade your fleet to automatics then, or teach your drivers how to drive. They do make more sense because they're meant to be replaceable and have replaceable parts. That's why they're going away. Because it used to be I had something that would break up the monotony of my day. I'd be able to go into a gas station and look over and see somebody that doesn't know how to drive a clutch almost almost forget that they have it and drive, which you figure that out. Yeah, you always put that thing in reverse. Whichever way you don't want to hit, always put it in the opposite way. Better to go backwards. Yeah, you only pull up. Yeah, look how close I can get when I pull up. Look how close I can get when I pull up. Isn't that so slick? Going into the gas station, I'm like, so, got any Sprite 20 ounces here? Still got them with the buy one, get one cap? Cool. Go and like count out your change. Thanks. And go to leave and boom, bam, 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 bam. Try to see if anybody's looking. No takers. There goes the pole. Yeah, that's why it took them a while. A lot of people have probably done it. Oh man, think about it to yourself too. Like, man, that ice machine they said was $14,000. Think how much ice I could have had. I could have had $14,000 worth of ice. Well, some people are just stubborn, and to be fair, I mean, it is one of those things that you don't realize that you should probably have until after you've seen enough people, and not until you've seen enough ice maker doors bent and dented in like that to where, like, there's not, those things are pretty dang strong because they have insulation foam in there too. And then if it's dented in like that, I think got hit with something. Yeah, and they used to have that. Or I used to have like, what's that sound? Where is it? The guy doesn't know how to drive a clutch. Now it's like, girl, dang it. I'm probably not gonna learn. You riding that clutch? Don't. That doesn't happen very often. See them kill it as they're pulling out. Like, like, man, you gotta see. That's why you're not double clutching enough. You're double clutching. You know the rise and whatever. I think that's not the right word. Not synchro. The rise and fall of your whatever you call that. Can you blow air up the back to speed that up? Come on, like quit. Come on. Get back down there. This ain't free. Like, would you, like, I have a 2-stroke. That thing, I used to do that thing all the time. At least Polaris figured it out. And I can pull the brake Which, by the way, that left hand is the, not the back brake. Never has been. On a snowmobile, maybe. Okay, but regardless. Because they don't have front brakes on a snowmobile, you crackhead. Man, I was reading a comment about this. That's why you don't read comments and talk about it ever. But anyways, where was I going with that? Oh yeah, and you have to literally pull the handle in to get the RPMs to go down. So can't I just blow up the dang? Can't I just blow up the dang tailpipe or something? Can I? Well, then can I make my intake bigger? Will it do the same thing? Oh, I mean, my intake smaller. Yeah, I've got that thing. If you know me well, you will know me well enough to know that do the opposite. Well, it saves a lot of time if you work with somebody like that, and it's like, where are they coming up with this number? Oh, I see what you did. You did it backwards. You give me the wrong numbers. You always want to have your W after your L. Wrong. Length time. It's length. Why is it like that? The W comes after L. That's the part I don't get, but sometimes some things I'll never understand. I never understood a single one of those things. Like, who came up with this? Like Charlie Sheen when he's passed out or something? Anybody can come up with a jingle. Yes. That's like one of the ways you get into hell. You come up with those nasty jingles that literally make people go crazy. Over and over and over. There's a certain length that it needs to be to not be considered vulgar, slangful, offensive. I don't get offended by much. But those type of things straight offend me. They offend me right off. Yep. Well, I get offended. That's the thing. I let myself get offended by it because I tend to be kind of what you call a light skin. Oh yeah, I can't use that word anymore, can I? How do I say it? Man, remember when words used to actually like mean what they were always like mean something, and like always like I don't know, kind of meant the same thing. You get that doesn't I get that it's not the same thing verbatim. It's not verbatim. Hi, I'm Verbat. You say bear bait? Bear bait's here. Bait's here. I couldn't imagine being somebody that's not an English speaker trying to learn English. Man, somebody should tell them, don't do that. You don't want to do that. Trust me. Don't fall for it. That's a trick. It's a trick that they use to get you into the door. They tell you everything's going to make sense. They tell you it's all going to, yeah, it's going to be nice. And who doesn't like order? Especially if you're fleeing communism. Who doesn't like order? But I mean, come on. Really? There ain't no order. Like, why I can't stop not seeing S's. Now I'm adding S's to that. Why did all my S's, have my L's always been gone? Have I always spelled it with a double L at the end? Why did they have to double L why did they have to take away the L at the end? It doesn't do anything. There's no more words after it to change, because that's how English works. You have to read it backwards, and then forwards, and then backwards, and then forwards. In order to know how to say it, and you have to do it all those times wrong somehow, because there's like 7 different ways to say every vowel. Well, 3 at least. 2 at least. It's like, E, what are you doing? What? We? Huh? Why? What do you do? Why? Why? What do you do? I mean, what do you do? E? What do you do? A? What do you do? What do you do? Oh, the only one he can't do is O. And he can if O does that. If O's got somebody covering for him that looks enough like, oh yeah, he can get by with it. Because if they're not looking at it, they're just hearing it. They're never gonna. They're gonna have no idea that's a vowel masquerading as another vowel. Masquerade. That's how I knew. I remember watching Backyardigans, like trying to like Backyardigans. The one I don't know if I'll ever get that song out of my head. I wish if I was down to if I could choose between deleting all of the Eminem and ICP and songs that don't really consist of much, so that your brain gets hooked on them and then can't stop using them, and then they repeat in your head all day on 7-second loops. 7-second loops. Every over and over and over. And man, that's why I can't stand country because I don't like country at all. It just too it takes too. I don't like how long it takes for them to say words. If I know what they're gonna say, come on, say it. Say it. You gotta start speaking a little bit faster. Because I'm not from the South. We speak faster than we can think up here. I can't think fast. I can talk fast sometimes, but it's only if I got a good patch of roads well mapped out. It's like driving eyes closed doesn't seem that hard.
Yeah, I've shut the four-wheeler lights off on a brightly moonlit night before, and I didn't go in the ditch.
Yeah, but you only did it because somebody else did it. Your older brother, naughty older brother, taught you how to do that, or one of your naughty friends taught you how to do that. Because they're not supposed to do it. It's not the same as when your lights go out going down the road, I'll tell you that. That's instantly like, oh, wow. I mean, I could have moved it's been like a quarter of a second. I mean, I could have even moved a mile already. I have no idea where I am. I hit the brakes. My front tires do lock up. I'm going to have to hit the brakes hard. How hard is too hard? I hope it's not icy right now because if it is, I'm going in the ditch 100% for sure. Luckily, it wasn't icy out that night. It's a good patch of road where it's like, man, I'll take that front. I used to have a truck that had, man, that thing was a joke. Not even. Oh, man, that truck gives me the willies just thinking about it. And I'm already a willy. I'm not a willy. My Wilson does not have anything to do with Willie, okay? Wilson's a ball. A ball. A ball. Wilson? Man, my name has an L in there too that's missing. What in the heck? Really? Single L? No wonder. I remember getting so annoyed when it's like, and how do you spell it? Like Wilson? You don't know how to spell Wilson? You know how to spell anything? Okay. And like AEL, like who the heck spells their name EAL? And I started looking at like MICHAEL. What the heck? That is dumb. Shite. My M's and W's are backwards. Sometimes. Yeah, sometimes I get my M's and W's backwards. Sotawis. I'm just seeing how many hours of YouTube time I can chew up. They call it chewing the fat. They used to call it chewing the fat before fat became bad. It's bad for your engine too. That's the thing. You're saying that you're full vegan, or is it vegan? Vegan. You're full. Is it vegan? Vegan. You're full vegan. Is it? Stop! Don't mess with me. Which one is it? Vegan? It better be. Yeah, like I'm gonna believe you. Yeah, that's what like. So if you're saying that you're on a full vegan diet, I doubt it. What kind of oil you running in your car? Better be at the very least vegetable. That's vegetarian oil. Okay, there's a big difference. Right now, vegetable oil is vegetable oil. Vegetable oil. That's why it's so confusing because you don't have oil in the seeds. I used to always think that, like, man, where do they can milk walnuts now? Wow. And it doesn't even taste like walnuts. Or they milk almonds. It doesn't even taste like almonds. That's crazy. And then one day I was reading the back of a coconut milk thing. Never even really thought of it. Puppy, better not be chewing on stuff. And then it dawned on me. What do you mean coconut water? What in the heck is nut water? Isn't that Pud? Oh, coconut milk. Yeah, that's a weird word. It's like literally, how do you as a kid learn that word? And like, ha, cocoa nut. Ha, cock o nut. Ha 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 ha. Hey, like, shut up. Would you shut up? Yeah, I know that's what it's like. I know what that. Yeah, I literally, you're making me fail my tests. You never shut up. So I don't put any foreskin or forethought into thinking about the way that, in the way that they're. Which, man, don't get me started on that. Well, if everybody's suing these days, I think I need to get on that bandwagon too, because he took the rest of my. You know, it's a question. It's something that I didn't get to choose. Yes, I would have. What a daring procedure! It's like that's like trying to fed a. That's like trying to thread a like a trout fishing hook or a minnow hook with a piece of yarn with greasy fingers that are statically charged negative to your negative. So you got statically charged yarn, but I don't think you can do that. It has to be glass, I think. So fiberglass yarn. You got fiberglass yarn that you've got statically charged as however just well for however they explain the charges to you. Just know that it's wrong. And it's just that it might be technically right, but you could have used less just dumb words. Obfuscate is one of those words that I really don't use ever. But if I did, it'd be in one of those instances. Obfuscate. It's one of those words I'll keep looking at probably for the rest of my life. Is it OBS? OSB. OSB. FUSC. Ish. OSB is disgusting. That's not oriented, randomly oriented. Roseby. Roseby. Hey, you call it OSB. I call it ROSB. Okay. We all heard what happens with RO water, right? Now, just because you're mineral deficient, I'll let you slide on that one, okay? I'm just saying, if you're gonna act like a smarty pants, probably should do your homework on it then, okay? Yeah, and I'm not the one out there acting like a smarty pants. I used to be. I did that. I used to act like a smarty pants all the time. And it turns out that people think you're being a dick. I remember being like 19 years old and like having somebody say that to me, like, what the fuck? I'm like the least not dick person around. Like, have you, in all of the ways? No, it's like, dude, the only reason I came over here and talked to you was because I came up with something to say like that. I wouldn't talk to you otherwise. You're something to bounce my words off of. I don't. What I'm saying, I know that can be broken down and taken out of context, but what I'm saying is that you would have to know. You would have to. So you're saying what you would be implying, which I don't like that word. Say it or don't say it.
Allude to? I'm just gonna allude.
And he was giving me tude. Attitude? You better not have been attitude. Attitude? How much? How much attitude? Martha? How much attitude? I'd rather not say. Belt, like, it's like smack. It's like one of the probably where they copied the probably where the something to do with the WWE wrestling belts or whatever. Could I put on a belt? You ever bent down with a weightlifting belt on? That's why you'll never see. I bet you'll never see one of those. I bet you'll never see a WWE person put that belt on. You want to know why? Because they can't bend down anymore. Okay, if their shoe comes off, they have no choice but to just walk around with the shoe off. That belt is on. You're not getting it off. Well, how do you get that thing on? Put it on like a dress, don't you? Doesn't even go on in the front. It's a dress. You got to have somebody come here and help you tie your fancy little leather sun strap. I didn't even realize how annoying that was. Like, it's not even a belt. It's a belt in reverse. How could the back is back there? What do you guys have, backwards arms? I know you're flexible, but man. Come on. Then how are you supposed to get it on? It's not taking. I'm not taking it off. You're right. Look, that was before I became a world champion. That thing's staying on now. Look, chastity belt or not, just because their descriptions fit similarly close to each other, I can take it off anytime I want to. Yeah, my hands are greasy. That's a dude. It kept pausing like that. I was like, you little cracker. What are you doing that for? You're offended by the term whip cracker? It's so stupid. If you even know what cracker came from, it's whip cracker. It's like just it's not thing. It's just a dumb, like, I don't get it. I don't care if you say whip cracker. It's just one of those annoying slangs. Like going around, I don't know. It's like, it doesn't matter. It's just annoying. I don't like that. I just like for some reason I like knowing the things though. I love knowing those little basic random tidbits. Tidbits, like little itty bitty, like mosquito bites. Little bitty. Like the mishap with Jack and Diane. Don't know any of that. I could see that could be enough to like get you like for copyright or something like that. It's like, first of all, nobody knows. Let's take a poll. Who knows the words to the song? Okay. 93X. Oh, I suppose. Classic rock. Classic rock. Or classic rock and roll? Classic rock and roll. Yes, classic rock and roll. Nobody knows what the words are in it anyways. They know the way that those songs worked is they made the rest of it's the only reason people listen to those songs or got to listening to those songs to begin with is because you can't understand any of the words in it until it gets to the like whatever the song is called. Then you can barely understand it. And I mean barely. Like you can it makes sense to hear it, but it doesn't make sense to say it, kind of thing. And then you go right back into saying everything like how are you managing to? I can see your mouth moving even. Like I don't get how you're managing to like to not say it. It just doesn't make sense because you would think that the mouth would have less movement accompanying it, and it doesn't. It has a lot of movement. How are you doing it? Like trying to like being it's like an American sign language reader that's trying to that's like trying to sign up for a Russian sign language job, and they're trying to go, yes, I know how to move my lips when I am, because Russian people talk like this, they never move their lips. Like you can literally like Russian people like probably are ventriloquists. That's probably where If Jeff Dunham is not Russian, he should be, because he'd probably be really good at speaking it. Because they don't ever. I've seen Russian people talk. I never see them move their mouth. I don't know if it has to do. It might have something to do with the camera angle. I'm thinking of it, man. Especially too, because man, the KGB probably won't even let you get like up past like 5 feet tall, because then that gets, they really got a lot of angles they got to really think through now. Because probably you got to think about like things. If you really like, you really get close enough to a person. Like sometimes you're too close to a person. Like if you are picking something out of your teeth using the reflection in their eye, you're a little too close. Just a little bit. Just a little. Oh, I mean, moving back just a little bit would be fantastic. If you wouldn't mind doing so. No. Yeah, well, you have gross breath. So don't stand so close to me. Gum does not take away from the fact that everybody can tell that you have not brushed your teeth in days. Because, man, because nature seasoning ain't supposed to naturally stick to your front teeth. You probably got placky teeth. You tell me there ain't nothing? How strong of alcohol do I have to take or ingest or drink or consume? How strong of alcohol do I need to take? Or mouthwash, sorry. Alcohol. Because, well, I mean, if I'm going to be taking essential products with me into space or wherever the mission is, I'm going to want to start doubling up the utility on them things. Place for mouthwash. Ain't taking mouthwash. Yeah, water. Yeah, right. No, we're not even taking water to space. No. However, alcohol is back up. They're like, man, we should really with it. Wait a minute, I don't know enough about chemistry to really know the difference. I get as far as like, wait a minute, is it methanol or ethanol? No, and then it's ethanol. And then probably have like 10, 15 different instances of me saying it backwards. Literally everything in the English language. If it's got something right next to it. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it does. That's why it's that word. Yeah. Like I'm sorry, there's no contraction there. I'd be more happy to see a contraction there than I would to see another M there. That's for sure. Hey, that's vinegar. It's not vinegar. Vine jar? What is the thing with W and V? That's one thing I've never understood. Like, what is V? What, it's got to be like that. It's got to be V is said double is what? Dude, because I wouldn't start there with the most obvious. If I was trying to get to the bottom of something in English, I would do this little maneuver every single time. Thank you for this. All right, what do we have here? Start at the bottom of the pile. Like, yeah, I bet it's going to be just right at the... What's the rest of the pile there for, then? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Well, I'm not smelling what you're stepping in, so thank you for that. Starting to peter out of something because I need salt. Saltpeter? I don't get it. That's like gunpowder or something. You don't know what that is. Yeah, I know. I freaking read gunpowder, saltpeter like a lot of times, many times. Probably sat there eating McDonald's salt packets many times. Saltpeter, that makes me salt. That's how commercials work. When's the last time you heard of the letters APR not being annoying. APR? That was before you, yeah, but there's APYR, APRY. It's like those acronyms are they're meant to just frustrate you. The only way that you know them, and those people, they have no idea. Go ahead and get mad at the person at the DMV. They have no idea why you can't speak clearly, and why you're in such a hurry. Life is moving quickly. You're going to have to fill out the form, blah, blah, blah. You notice the one place where you'll never see anything. Now we do letters, black and white, same size, same font. We don't. Why would we give a separate font for that? What, do you know how much extra? I can't afford the labor costs. You're still writing off that as under like typeset labor? Dude, it's font. Yeah, it don't have anything to do with typeset or typeface. Yeah, those people were technicians. Man, watching those people like did those people that did the news, there was never anything that you could really believe in the newspaper. Nothing. If the newspaper was done by 2 at night, not worth reading. No, it's not. Not worth reading at all. Not if it's done by 2 a.m. the night before. No. Not worth reading. Because you should be scrambling. Well, that's it. Not even that. Like that's, I bet you most of the time that's very unlikely that you were going to come up, that there's going to be anything in the news that happened within 24 hours. Highly unlikely. Very, very unlikely. Probably very unlikely. Boy, it had to have been a lot of nickels coming in for how much work it is. And they had to have blacksmiths do it all. Nobody cared. That's where that stupid little, why come some of the letters are missing? That's why. Okay? Because they need to be sanded. Somebody lives in a town where they have a very poor typographist, or whatever you call it. If any typographer north half as salt would know that that thing needs to be turned. Okay? You turn that thing. It needs to be ground flat, level. It doesn't actually. It actually needs to have it. Actually, I bet you probably has to have even a little bit of indented. It probably has to be slightly indented, so it has a little bit of surface tension to pick up so it like holds on to the ink and doesn't drop it. Because surface tension works like magnetism, I think. Magnetism doesn't make any sense. It's like, yeah. No. No. Why are we doing this conventionally? Well, conventional. Do you say the word conventional wisdom? Yeah, let's have a talk about conventional wisdom. So, pal, here, you mind if I flip this stool back over? I'm going to have a seat. So, conventionally speaking, let's have a little talk about that, shall we? I would love to. Capital I's. Like you found the one letter in the alphabet. Instantaneous. That's what I stands for? Screw off, dude. What does it actually stand for? Because I have a feeling it can't be that retarded. Oh, if something's retarded, it is retarded. And it needs to be called retarded. Because there's a word, retarded, for a reason. There are still people that don't know that after an entire winter being frozen and then thawing, that grass, when it has water pooling on top of it, is soggy and wet. And they will drive on it. After doing this for 40 years, they still haven't figured it out. So yes, there is a word, retarded, for a reason. When you're out there stomping in, tamping in ruts in the grass in the yard, splashing mud all over everything without boots, like even the Morton lady has, and she's a young girl. Retarded. How hard is it to not leave ruts in the yard? Come on. So yes, the word retarded. The word retarded does have a place. Thank you. You like get off that like thanks. Yeah, I'd like to report some hate speech. He was using the word retard. It's not what I said, man. I said retarded. Retard. Rut. Ard. I didn't say re. Nobody says re of anything. Not very often, not unless there's an A after it. And then the vowels really shape up. Like, what are you doing here? Nothing. What do you mean? Send you down here to check on me for what? Why they need two vowels right here? No reason. It's the A just sitting there like capital A, like just glaring over at the E. Well read, are we, huh? Yeah, you just see like the A, like you look back and whatever, like because the A can't tell that you're turned back because it doesn't see it. It's bi-digital or whatever, so it doesn't see the opposite way, and it can't tell that it flipped. So whatever that word for that is, and it's bi-digital. Dang it! Stop making up words. Oh yeah, so it's sitting there. You see, like you know how baseball players when they're warming up in their little baseball bat with that little thing that they put on the bat that looks like it's gonna fly off but never does. That thing. You just see the A like sitting there wheeling itself around like a shot putter, like somebody that's practicing to do shot put. Like, what's that sound? E's like, I don't hear it, or A's like, I don't hear anything. Here, just whipping it. That's the heater. Here, just I was like, man, there's a woodpecker in here now. Stupid melty heater. The A's just like, you know, you see, you look back and you see the A just like doing this like little fancy move. He comes running in, like gets like manages to like shift his weight because it worked like they should be able to shift their weight like an oblongly weighted chainsaw chain. So they'd have a certain they'll throw their weight in and like get enough spin going around in, so it's like if an O were to quickly become an oval. Well, I don't know. If it needed to drill a hole in something, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, I'll take an O. Wait a minute, this isn't the long and skinny one. Blast! I don't use ovals because I'm not a woman. Nobody wants to use a letter. I'm not going to use a number like that. It's too close to a number. A. Thing. C. No. You're just gonna argue. You're just gonna want to have it drawn with the line facing. Lines and things like that have what you would call, since we read up and down and the up and down orientation. Anytime we have the chance to use orientation that's left to right, that doesn't mean anything because we only read left to right, not right to left. Probably would be kind of cool to use it on something like backslashes and forward slashes. It's a great use of it. Why is it that I have to figure out and memorize by brute force backwards? That is, mind you. Backwards. Like literally, there's nothing that is in the English language that has to do with letters or words that has anything to do with alphabetical order. It's like there's like alphabetical racist or something, like letter racism. Letter racisms are a thing. Like first, man, if you're from another country, you need to lead with that. Okay. Yeah, in your own country. I just really have a thing. You should, dude, you're not going to know it as well as that person then. Nobody does. Dude, there's no such thing as being not from a country and speaking the language better than the people from the country do. There's no such thing. No such thing. There's no such thing. This is not possible. And if you do think so, then you were probably guaranteed to be a narcissist and a conceited person. Conceited, Conceited. Conceited. I before E, except before C, after C. My whole life, I thought that was before C. I have spent hours, I mean, literal thousands of seconds, all at the same, pretty much all at the same chunk, couple thousand seconds at a time, let's just say, thinking about that, racking my brain, like, Pete, I used to know how to spell pieces. Yeah, I did. No, that's PCS. That's polycystic ovarian syndrome. That's PCOS. Oh, PCS is a thing too, I think. Maybe it's not. Acronyms stack. Yes, they do. Yeah, and letters are the same, with letters that are the same. Yes, they do. With no way of interacting with those letters other than the opacity, how dark or light of shading, how dark the letter is, which way it has to walk farther to if it needs to get to the black or the white. And what else is there? Color. Whoa. Careful with that one, man. Color? No, you can't use color. Like, who is doing this still? Everybody's doing color. Color isn't everything now. Because you can print off color pretty cheap. Because it's insane. Because technology is insane. Little tiny freaking dots of ink. The magenta and cyan and whatever the heck else there is. That's why they don't make sense. Oh, but I suppose if you'd have known all the technology that goes into ink printing, ink printing, inkjet printer. I'd like to print some inkjets, please. I can't believe nobody's thought of this. Oh. Yeah, I'd like to print. Say a fella wanted to get about 12 to 18 sets of inkjets printed off. What'd you say? What would you cut off? What would you knock anything off the price? You know, buying it in bulk and whatnot. The quantity is not the impressive part. You sure you don't want to know the surface area? What are you talking about? I'm going to go to space with jets printed out of ink. Yeah, I knew as soon as I saw that my name was Adam, I was going to be smart. And boy, my career as a professional flatulence replication artist did not really go as... Turns out there's not as much of a need. Well, it's a great deal of thought. You have to kind of know it inside and out. I could tell if I could... Let's just say I can be downwind from a squirrel around January, February, and I can tell you how close I get. That has been 3 away. I bet you that's about 3 away from an empty walnut. Ooh, man, you got to do a better job of keeping that thing dry, squirrel. Slacker. Because it's quite the art. If you have to eat, you have to base your diet off of it, first of all, which you don't just change your diet and it just changes your body chemistry right away. It takes a long time to do. Okay, and you're going to have to fight against all sort of genetic variables and then relearn the word variable because math wrecked it. It's like, why did you use this word? You know, the last time we just got done learning the word vary. And then we got done learning the word varies. And then we got done learning that they're not the same word. And then we got done learning that they have different spellings. And now you're going to tell me that this thing right here, this letter X, is really, really able to be varied. You, sir, should not be in charge of textbooking anymore. Like, somebody needs to take Ticketmaster out of your text list. Okay? Put it right in the bucket list. Deal with that thing. Go ahead and exchange it out of one of the things on the bucket list. You get to the end of your life or whatever, it's like, wow, this isn't anything like I thought it was. You just hear like people partying out there, and it's like, huh, I'm going to go out there and see what's going on. Please make sure. And like a little like bing, 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 bing. Oh, that Windows sound. Ding, 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 ding. Like, dude, who came up with that sound? Really? Bring ding ding, bring ding ding ding. Like, I know it was gonna make a sound. I thought I'd never gonna figure out how to change that sound. It would be the best choice you've ever made. Bring ding ding, bring ding ding, bring. Oh, I forgot I was even gonna talk about now. Variable, like I can't stand that sound. I literally can't stand that sound. And they call it like a chime or something. Like, dude, you come from tech, okay? Do you realize that you are industry? But they're laughing over there, Mr. Sweats. Yeah, I would too. Not. You have led the crap. Oh, acronym. You know exactly what an acronym is, don't you? Guess what? Not only do you know what an acronym is, but you know everything that it's not. When it comes to the thinking that goes into like stuff like that with industry and like the stuff like that goes along with legal and all the different how is it okay to make up words for something like legally? Like legally, it's legally okay to just make up words. Not only that, we're not just going to make up words. We are going to make up words, and we're going to heavily rely on the fact that we're going to use normal words that already have a meaning and just give it a different one. Where's that information published? Our HR department? Yeah, but that's internal. Are they going to give me a copy of it? Okay, are you going to give? I'd like to see your HR department's. Can I get a vocabulary term list, please? No, I'm aware of what a dictionary is. Yeah, the definitions are. I know you're going to say the word loosely. Yes. Okay, maybe that might be after 3 or 4 questions. Might have to pry it out of you, but yeah, loosely based, very loosely, loosely based, very loosely. And I bet you that when you start wading around in those mucky waters, you have nice little numbers next to every one of your little tricks that you got up your sleeve there. Then you're not working with enough money. Then that's the interaction between financial and consumer, and it's disgusting. Like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear a single thing about your entire building is a waste of everything. Like, this is what happens man. It's not cool. Not cool. It's not cool what's going on with money. It's really not. Yeah, because old people, because there used to be generations before that had inflation too, but they were old, and they didn't talk about stuff like inflation because they realized that as they get older, so does the other things. Like, yeah, well, it's been 45 years, man. It's not. You haven't been paying a dime for a pack of cigarettes since what, 1912? 25 cents a pack now. That's how you want to figure out the price of inflation. You want to know how to figure out inflation? Tobacco. See, well, you don't see tobacco and alcohol work together very often, but every once in a while they do. Okay. Tobacco says, and you're like, well, that's a good idea. And then alcohol says, don't let that tobacco guy get on your nerves, man. He's a douche, anyways. Like, well, that's not very nice to say. Thanks, anyways. And then tobacco says, and that really gets you down. And then alcohol says, hey, man, don't let it get you. Don't let it get you down. I know it's a bit early, but a couple nips of Zima wouldn't be the end of the world now, would it? Zima? Old Zima? This is not Zima. This ain't Zima. Yeah, I don't get that. I don't get that. Fine, it's Xema, like Xena, the warrior drink. Zima, the warrior drink. I don't know how they never got Xena to do that. Man, they probably had like somebody that was probably trying to embezzle money through the company because they knew it'd be the only way to save the company. So I don't care what anybody says it looks like. I really don't. I only care about what it tastes like. I don't care about any of that. Why would I care? I don't care. Well, if they have any old wine coolers laying around, I'll take them, man. I don't care what they taste like. Really don't. I mean, I do care what they taste like, but that's even got a little bit of wiggle room. Yeah, but once you start factoring in free, it's like, I don't know. So you're starting to taste a little bit better. Oh, I love coffee. When it's nasty. I don't see why people don't drink coffee way stronger. You know, it's you going after the water one, right? Drink water then. Yeah, I'm going after the caffeine part. Hey, heck, what I want to dilute it down for? You know, that just means add more water different ways, right? Now I got to go and make just for water. No. Like the whole point is to drink it. I'm not trying to drink it all day. It's not the taste that I like. It's the effect of it. Effectively or effectively? Hi. You might know such words. Hi. I'm Trey McDonald's duck. McDonald's ducks. Foie gras. That's of the sea. Isn't foie gras? Isn't foie gras fat ducks? Because I always get to that word and it's like, what the heck is faux again? And why is that a word? That's how you say it? Delete it. I don't care what it is at this point. I've said that word wrong too many times. Foo? Is it like a do? Because that's spelled Adeux too, I think. Man, the whole point is that coffee is typically to. I just wanted to hurry up and drink it so I can rinse my mouth out afterwards. Because when you start losing your enamel, that's where the color gets you. When you start losing your enamel, that's what coffee's like. Yeah, I think I'll just come and get me then. Come and get me. And then you have to rinse, and then you have to repeat and brush. I don't know how they haven't made a different way to brushing teeth yet. Really? Like Waterpik seemed like it. I mean, aside from the fact that you can't see what you're doing with it. I mean, I didn't know it wasn't even it's the one I had. The version I had probably was it was gotten out of the dumpster and it was a throwaway. So I don't know. My guess would be either too much pressure or not enough pressure. I couldn't figure out how the dang thing worked. It's just why would I want a little tiny water pump? What am I gonna water with this? Like little tiny flowers. Like yes, and today we're going. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not cut out for it. Logic. Yeah, I can do the ignoring the logic. I can ignore the logical things just fine. Yet that's where I get lost. How am I supposed to ignore the illogical part? It has to clash with the logical part that I already know. Well, now I'm already this far. They're gonna battle for a while. Might as well let them go. I mean, I'm kind of got it. I already came this far. Yeah, and playing fair. What? I don't know. I don't know what to say. I'm getting bored. This is boring. This is very boring. Because I hate when I start to run out of things to say. I am going down the same topic, though, which usually doesn't happen. I'm going to have to scrap this whole thing. Well, you'll never see this. Ever. Ever. I'll never show you 1 second of it. Not even 100 seconds. So, thank you for what? Thank me. Why would I thank you? No. I'm not going to waste time saying that either. Because there's a lot more people that would watch YouTube if you didn't say like,
Hi, my channel takes 45 seconds to introduce. And thank you for subscribing.
You know what? I unsubscribed. Yeah, I unsubscribed. Because I didn't realize that I needed to subscribe until I was told to subscribe. And then I started subscribing every time I was told to subscribe. Like, no, I'm not going to subscribe. I would. But, you don't need to say it every time. If you do, say it quicker. Say it faster. And you should know what to say if you're going to say that. Man, nothing worse than getting to the end of a video. It's like, well, I barely made it through this video out here. And thank you very much for watching. Very much. The word very is like literally always extra. There's never a time when it's extra because it's not a word. Very. Yeah, you just said yes twice. Thank you. Very, very much so. Yes, yes. I get it. Yeah. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I don't get it. It's not a word. It shouldn't be. That word very is not. You also have to think about how some of these words stack when it comes to cursive too. Cursive is enough to literally erase your brain. It erases the first 3 years of learning. Kindergarten, first grade, second grade. This is the worst grade you could possibly choose to put this in the middle of. Well, it's got to come before calligraphy. What are we doing? I liked calligraphy. Only lasted for a little bit. One of them I didn't like, and one of them I couldn't stand. One of them I liked, and one of them I couldn't stand. I don't remember which is which. Because calligraphy, it's like, man, what is calligraphy for, anyways? Calligraphy serves for you to pay notice to the fact that your pencil always needs to be rotated every 2 millimeters when writing in English. Have fun with your cursive. Like, why is this a thing? Why I need my letters to go the same ways? Okay, it's already annoying enough that I have to rotate 90 degrees left or right. It's like really annoying. And remember which way to put my pen paper. You can figure out how to explain it with the words left and right. Apparently. Hey, teacher, Teach, hey, I'm come over to my side of the desk, please. One of us is going to have to, and I don't like being that close to you because it's weird. Because you're an old person. You're a teacher. You're like practically dead already. That's how old teachers are when you're a little kid. Like, when you're in kindergarten, you're like, I saw the same teacher I had in kindergarten like 2 years ago, like 30 years after I had her. She looked the exact same. Exact same. I thought she looked older when I was younger. Like, she looked probably younger than I imagined her. Like, what in the Olay? What in the lack of Olay suck downing is going on here? You know that stuff don't do much, right? That's gross. Figure out what your skin drinks. Your skin drinks water. Skin don't drink oil. Your skin sheds oil. Ain't gonna drink oil. How the fuck front door does that work? Almost. I'm just making it up. But I know that if you stay in the water for long enough, how do you get wrinkly? When you gain water. Oh man, that's enough to break my head. Never thought about that. I just call it pruny. Pruny is the one. Pruny is like, yeah, didn't even realize it either. Sounds an awful like. That sounds like a word that somebody would give you if they don't want you to know anything. Pruny, wrinkly. Wrinkle before that. Wrinkle. What's a wrinkle in time? Well, most people say closed wrinkles, but closed wrinkles. That's not a wrinkle then. That's a crease or a pleat. Pleat. Crease or a pleat, huh? Well, I guess you can say that about crease. At least it's just one J dot away from. At least it's just one IJ away from turning into another word. Yeah, CJ. Where did CJ go? Wait, there's a C and an I around here, isn't there? There's a C and an I. I just saw a C and an I somewhere. Where did I see him? Like blow, you like stick the little air nozzle on like the tail of the G, like to like putting a little like rubber band thing. You put like a little, you come up from behind, like put a little, you get this little like plastic like circular. It looks like a little tiny net without the net in it. You like slowly go over the top of the top of the letters, and then like blow in the tail and like like startles them both, and they both go jumping, and then like bang, boing, bang, 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 bang. I don't get it. The letter C and the letter J. Okay. I don't know how people don't see this stuff all the time. We needed more letters that have more variations and can stack together for no reason other than the space is too close. The one thing that we don't have and standard space width for, because all of our fingers aren't the same width. We don't need that much width in there. In fact, that's far too much. My paper budget does not allow me to have that big of spacing in there, so I'm going to have to do something smaller, like a pencil spacing. I've been instructed by my father. Like, what do you mean? I don't want. Why doesn't it have the lines on it though? No, I need I said a pencil, please. Yeah, this is pencils. Pencils have lines on them. Pencils. Desks are not flat. Okay, so pencils. The pencil needs. Do you see? Do you see how these are made for each other? Look at where the pencil is supposed to sit. It's not very deep, is it? It's really not very deep at all. Now, try putting just once. Try putting a round pencil in there. Go ahead, try it. Now, try grabbing another pencil out of your desk. Doesn't, does it? You know how many detentions I got for slamming my desk? You know how many detentions I got for slamming my desk? Like, literally, do you know how many detentions I got for that? Because I'd always try to sneak in because I had a desk so full of crap that had, like, oh, I finally got the big crayon box. Yes. Got so much crap in my desk. I just need a pencil. Break my lead all the time because they didn't know how to make lead back then. Apparently, they knew how to make everything else brittle. But when it comes down to something like that, I'm sorry, but we've been instructed after wax came along and found pigment that we are no longer allowed to be accurate, sharp, neat, or detailed, or concise. Like, what is there not a way to make a variable tipped pen? Why can I not change the tip on this thing? I get that you have to change the whole ball and everything because it's like before ballpoint pens were a thing, people just had quills. And that's how I got my name. It's MYQUILLSON. Which meant something when I was younger. That meant something completely different when I was older. Fancy that. Like, what am I? What? Wait, is it what? Font. Quill son. It's un. I know I should have put UN, but it doesn't make sense to me then. Because it's not part of my net. And then it's like, my last name ain't spelled right. Son ain't spelled right. Son, son. Huh. Doesn't it have to have another vowel? Yeah, why don't we use more of those? We just use more of those little things, right? How do I say this first vowel? Oh, you're gonna want to do is you're gonna write that value down. Okay, now go to your next vowel. Okay, and write that vowel down. Write that value down. Stay with me. Yeah, go to that next vowel after that. Okay, you're on a go and keep doing that all the way till you get to a space. What are you getting at? Just how do I say, is it a long A or a short A or a crisp A, skinny A, a wet A? What is it? Okay, and please keep questions and keep save your questions for the end, please. Okay. But I'm not gonna have, if I save them for the end, I'm not gonna have that question because I don't care by the end of it. I only care now about it. So if I can't ask the question now, well, if you were worth your salt in being a lecturer, you would know that that's just another thing that lecturer. You can always tell when a lecturer says like, "No, let's save our questions for the end." They're always struggling with trying to explain something. That's why they say that. Because what they'll do is they'll just like somebody will ask like, "Yes, I have a question about the letter A. Could you use that in a sentence, please?" Yes. So the Canadian stammers, eh? I don't like that sentence. It's not. It's just inaccurate in more ways than one. Canadians don't stammer. Okay, that is way too close to swearing. Stammer. I just feel dirty for even saying it. Like stammer. Really? That's somebody that didn't like stutterers. Like you had a brother that stuttered and you really don't like him, so you like come up with the word stammer instead. Like, I think it's probably has something to do with the stupid M's, man. You know how stutterers don't like double-lettered things? I have never been a stutter. I've had a lisp before, and I've always been like, if you call that a stutter, the verbal vomit kind of thing. Not verbal vomit, but word vomiting. I've been into that for a long time. Because I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait till my turn. Would you hurry up and get done talking so I can talk? That's always how I've always been. My dad was like that, and it annoyed the crap out of me. I've never been able to stand it. But hey, I'll forget if I don't say it. So I don't remember why I started saying that, but oh yeah, that what do you call that? A pre-stutter. Like Elon Musk. He used to talk like that, and it's like, wait a minute, you can talk like that and be a fucking genius too. Next thing you know, like the next 3 months, you hear me because I can't stutter like him. He stutters classfully, and I wouldn't doubt that there's two L's in classful. It doesn't need to be that long. Nobody needs it to be that long. They don't teach. They teach you way too much in school. You need to start condensing it. Yes, you do. Gonna have no teachers. Okay. Textbook companies. Really? Have you ever seen a textbook company that had just one set of family generational scouts going out and doing all their like looking up? Okay, if they have under three generational sets of groups of people, like man, that is talk about plausible deniability. Like just wheel you all the way through every person in that company, and then like get you down to the last person. It's like in the movie Wolf of Wall Street, where they're in the room and they got the air conditioning up to the max, like they're just freezing. Like, can I get you anything to drink? Like maybe some ice water or something? It's really cold in here. Like, yeah, the AC is yeah, dude, that's another thing you don't want to be good at doing either. Because I can't even imagine. I can't even like. I don't even want to know actually. Like the amount of times that I've with somebody over something I said, and I don't know what the heck they're talking about. Oh, because I forgot to say just kidding. Oh, but I mean, it's not really funny a lot of times. Like if I just say kidding right away, I want to kind of like let it soak for a little bit. And grosser than giving something like that and not having the patience to wait for them to register what you're saying and have time to think about it. Well, if you jump the gun on asking what, nobody's gonna ever ask you anything about jokes again. Okay, stop guessing. You're not supposed to keep guessing. You're supposed to stop guessing when you're 5. Well, if you're actually gonna do it. If I talk too much, I don't know what the heck it is. They don't have an owner's manual for having lips this big. Nobody told me what to do. Yeah, lips that look like I'm wearing lipstick all the time. I literally have never worn lipstick in my life. Probably once just to see what it looked like. Oh yeah, it's great. Wintertime too. What do the lips do?
Brighten up a little bit.
It's like you already have a tongue and a mouth that looks like it could go on a horse that hit a wall. You have a horse ran full speed into a wall. That's why they don't have square walls at the Kentucky Derby. Because it'd be too disorienting. They look too much similar. It'd have to be a rectangle, silly. Man, it's just all the sports are getting too regulated. I don't like sports. Because I always get the rules backwards. And every one of them has a set of rules that I don't agree with because it's wrong. And I don't agree with something when it's wrong, and I know it's wrong. And I know what's right to be right. Because one of them bumps the other one out of the logic slot and welds the door shut from the inside. So from the inside, that'd be like Anik. Reverse China. That's the thing. You can't say anything about China. I respect more about China than. Hey man, you gotta for somebody, and then we still can't get over it in this country. We still gloat about stuff all the time. So you know when you're busy gloating and being a douche, you are literally making cancer. Okay, you are emanating an aura of cancer. What a stupid name for Tropic of anything. Shut up. wherever that comes from, anyways. Tropic cancer is that it's something to do with an old language that I don't like. It's probably Greek or something. People always like interchange Greek and Latin. Very much not so. Very much not so. It's like the Republican and Democrat. You mean like the Democrats that we have? Oh, you mean Republican Democrats? We've flipped before. We will again, probably. But it's almost like socialism. Oh, that's enough. I ismed. Man, I don't know. I just don't see you because at the same time, you have to. The only way I could really see it working is if you were able to go back in time and thwart the Industrial Revolution from ever happening. Now people have materialism into their DNA. That's the only reason they want that. That's the only reason they get up in the morning. They don't want that. It has nothing to do about having that for them. Yeah, it's not cool. No, it's not cool until you can't have it. Now it's cool. Hey, we learn it from the British. Come on. Nobody could stand the British at one point in time. Nobody could, even them. That's why they wanted to go on those. Like, what kind of crappy stuff do you have going on? If you're willing to go on a ship through the ocean on top of it, where 99.99999% chances that you're 100% going to end up in it and at the bottom of it. So, did they even have chains for that? Like back then, like you have a little. You can fit all of your stuff that you need because, or you could fit all of that into a tiny like astrolabe and whatever you have on them little fancy. Dude, if it was a generation of like me, if there was a bunch of me's like back then doing all that stuff, and if I would have made my way to any position of power, I would have probably ended up like with all intents and purposes being good, probably doing a lot of bad things. Well, not like because there's so much stupid stuff, you have to just keep going back. It's like a house that's just rotting faster from the bottom than it can, and you just are just. We start at the top, but stop talking about the house getting wet on the bottom. I get it. I'll get there when I'm done with the top. You just have to keep. By the time you get to the top, the bottom's the top. By the time you get to the bottom, like it takes so long to redo all the bottom that the top is, needs to be redone again. Over and over. And it's all in your head. Can't keep thinking, oh, wow. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Nelly. Dang it. That's it. The thing with radio is I don't know how I know somebody's songs. I literally can have the ability, and it drives me absolutely insane to have every song that I've hated or not hated, but been burnt out on, and come to the point of not liking every song by that artist because they'll always have more than one, multiple. Some become very proficient at doing that. You never seen them again, have you? Man, never again. Why would you? I mean, you can if you can do it like that. And have them playing it, and then keep going, keep playing in your head, and then keep going. It's so annoying. It's the most annoying thing ever. I don't know how it keeps track of it. I don't know how it does it. It's really annoying. I think I blame the dang fluorescent light bulbs, to tell you the truth. Well, I'd be thinking just fine till that dang, I wouldn't notice that there's dang squealing all the time till the dang frickin'. What is it? Well, you didn't know. That's the thing. Man, fluorescent light bulbs seem like a great thing because let's see. I don't know how they ever pulled that off because it's very hard to justify the use of a non-incandescent bulb in the wintertime when all of the byproduct is heat. Yes, I get it. but you're heating your house with heat. Again, it's not the cheapest form of heat, but if you're heating with electricity, you gotta take all that baseboard. Like, what did you do with the baseboard heater that was in your apartment? There should be one on this wall and one on that wall. What did you do with it, man? Oh, you don't want to look behind there. You don't. What the? I thought this room was bigger. What? You see, like you like have, you like. Do you have? How did you wire this in? There's like every 4 inches, there's another like light bulb receptacle, like going from like halfway up the wall all the way down. Like, well, I didn't know. At first, I thought I was just going to use 100-watt bulbs. I was like, you can get a 60-watt bulb? Crazy. How come they don't have 75-watt bulbs? They do? Wow. That was awesome until I realized, well, what about an 80-watter? Waters. Are another one of those terms that industry uses that they like because you think you know what watts are. Yeah, congratulations. Yes, they teach you that in Ohm's law. Congratulations. You know what watts are? Yeah, you don't. Not really. You don't know what they do. It's a number that has a label after it that nobody knows what it does. It's pretty frequent that you have like what I guess I don't know. And that's where I get lost or confused on the topic. But isn't wattage the amount of energy work done? Like, well, if it's heat, you don't fall into that same category. I get it, but if it's cold out, I don't know. I'm too simple. Simple. I'm what you call 2000. Simple. Nice trick, simple. It's metric ton of simple. It's a simple metric ton. Dang it, stop doing that. I used to have a buddy that would always do that to me because I used to be there's no comparison when it came to coming up with stuff like that because that's literally all I do. I'd be just like, I'm not paying attention to that because you keep saying funny words. Like if you would stop having lessons that had funny words and stuff in there that's funny, and if you had books that weren't just so bloody boring but more fun to read because it's the only thing I can really read during class because I can't do my homework because I'll get in trouble for trying to do my homework in class. Well, that makes much sense to be sitting here and doing nothing now, does it? Trying to do two things and doing nothing. I'm skimming. Well, why do you have us read out loud then? It just forces it just gets you in the habit of having to reread everything that you read. It's stupid. Guys, I used to love to read. Like, yes. I get to read stuff today. Okay, good. You can say the word pretty fast. Good job. Now do it again. What do you mean do it again? You're reading it fast. I know, that's what everybody does. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to read it fast. No, you're not. There's reading it fast, and then there's being like kind of, where the teacher even kind of probably takes a deep breath, like, like when the teacher's like writing stuff on the board and like you just keep stopping and eventually like they turn around and you see like the line that the line like they turn around from, like they're annoyed when they slop their line. Yes, they do. It's chalk. Okay, they haven't even used dry erasers yet. If they would have used dry erasers before chalk, then yes, I could see that argument. But they haven't. So I mean, it's not a thing. Because it's hard to think about things like that because that's the way your mind works. When it's something that's come before it, there's something that comes after it. You don't think about the thing that comes after it doesn't come before it. But, well, spacing. That's what I thought. I was thinking one day. I was like, man, What about spaces? Like, there's no spaces. Man. That's probably why cursives became a thing, because it was the spacing, because they were tight on paper back then. Boy, you got a tight of paper. What do you mean you take good care of it? What do you mean you didn't fold it back up and put it into your pocket case? What did you what do you and I'm sorry, wait, what do you and what exactly and by what do you mean you never what do you mean you never put it back into its I don't care. Yeah, 18 whatever, but there was still something called class, decency. They didn't use folded money back then. They used crisply folded money back then. Okay? That's not a fold, that is a wrinkle. And there is a difference. You can tell a lot about a person by whether or not they take their time all the time to take and flatten out their money. I know. I wish I could unlearn that annoying little trick. Like, being the one person in the line at the gas station that has to make sure all their money's facing the right way. I'm sorry guys, pennies, man. I'm trying to be as accurate as I can, but she's not. She keeps moving them before I'm ready. Okay, 1 head tail, 1 head tail, 1. Eventually, you're getting good by the end of it. You're like, boom, 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 whipping them across there. Like you've got the right amount of. That's a good skill. They don't. That's what kids spend time doing when they're a little kid. Like, sweet. This could keep me entertained for a long time. Do you know how? If only I could do this and it didn't make noise. Literally everything that you do as a kid in the classroom makes noise. Like, this is. Why do you face the way all the time? I don't get that. It's gotta be hard. Why don't you face to the side sometimes? Always like the right. Why do you always put the? But you realize that none of us can see forward as well as we can see to the side, right? Literally, all of us can see. If the board was on the side over here, get this, and I was like in front of the window. Oh, I know that hurts. Ugh. I know. It's like, why? Who decided to put those things as white? Russia? You can't think of a good reason. Okay, I get that. Okay, back up. I don't care. Why did the green one go away though? Yeah, because I know. Because nobody wants to use the whatever you have to use on them things to get them clean. Don't you dare say alcohol. Alcohol. I remember it's either alcohol or a fine brush. You get a teacher that's been teaching for a long time. He knows where all of his chalks are because there's only a limited number of chalk holders, and he's aware of how many chalk holders there are because he is trying to make one box of chalk last the entire year. And that means that he only puts one chalk out. You're always going to have to get his chalk. There's no such thing as pass the extra or have the like. What do you mean pass the chalk to the next student? No, you have to pass it back to the teacher first, and they pass it to the next student. That's how chalk works. And it doesn't work very good. Well, you would think sidewalk chalk, if anything, would be what you would use. Well, to be fair, I saw it done. I didn't read it. I read it. I didn't see it done. Yeah, it's just like everything in retrospect. Yeah, it seems to make more sense now, thinking of it backwards, the other way around. But the way I figured, it wasn't. It's not very much. I mean, a pencil could probably keep flat. Somebody that knew how to make a road flat could probably keep the truck from moving. But some people don't know how to do that. You use sidewalk chalk to block up your tires, didn't you? And I figured since I've already gone this far with it, I might as well. I'm not going to go this far with it. I've already gotten a ticket for it. Yeah, they don't make any walks that they don't make any. And then I realized that a walk was not the operative word in there. And now I'm playing Operation with a dictionary in my hand, and I don't know why. AC. Why is all the things that I use that you call electricity AC? What is this AC, anyways? It's the most elusive set of that you will ever. I challenge you. The next time you go to a roller coaster, if you have a teacher that's worth a shite, they will have some sort of analogy. I don't like that word. They will have some way of explaining it to you that involves physical. What do you call it? I think that's alliteration. I think that's alliteration. I think so. Where you give word to it or you give life to it. It's literally the only way that people remember anything. It's literally the only way. Strip the life out of the word, and then the word doesn't mean anything. Okay? Words matter. Letters matter. And dang, penmanship matters. Okay? I can't wait for writing to be done. Writing drives me crazy. It always has. I've always been the type that, and then I was in foster home for a while, and like there was like this one foster lady chick that she didn't do yelling. Like, oh, this is gonna be sweet. Like no yelling, no matter what. No. Like, well, really? No yelling. Okay. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Then I get in trouble and like I have to write sentences. Not just any sentences. It's like basically like it's like the equivalent of what the beginning of The Simpsons where Bart's writing on the chalkboard, but you actually remember what he's writing about 10 seconds after. Or but you don't yeah, because you have to keep doing it. And then you turn it in. Once you have enough of them. Sentences. Oh, they need to be neat. Well, that looks neat to me. I'm not a big fan of crossing the lines either. In fact, I'm really not. I don't understand that. Probably where because that's just it distracts the whole line below it. I mean, there's that. Just improper, incourteous, whatever the word is. Not courteous. But where was I going with that? I keep looking at this new timeout links. I've read new timeout links about 700 times because it keeps seeming like it's something that popped up recently. I keep looking at it. How the heck do you not look at annoying stuff like that? I can't do that. My eyes will go like, dang it. I have a brother. I have a family member that happens to have a penis. He used to always trick me with his eyes. Hey, are you still awake? Hey, are you still awake? I knew you were going to fall asleep. I knew it. Oh, I'm still awake. No, you're not. You were sleeping. You'd be able to pull it off. Like, no, I wasn't. Like, you'd be able to like just recite like the last 10 seconds or whatever just happened, even with me talking in front of him. Like, then he would say something like, and then he got me convinced. No, won't be. I just decided to sneak up a little. Right up to him. I'm like, oh, you knew it. He starts rolling over. Cracks the driest fart I've ever felt in my life. Close enough where I could feel the wetness on it. It's disgusting, and it's winter. Like loud enough kind of fart that it hurts your ears, kind of cracked fart. Like a fart that's a high, like a high free. I don't know how, because they don't describe things in ways that make sense. Farts should have, the wetness level, the wet, crisp. What should be? How crisp was it? How wet was it? How snappy was it? I'm saying, like, if you have to replicate flatulence, yeah, it takes a while to change your diet. It really does. Well, it's not that, but you got to have a sense of control too. That's something I don't know how to teach. It's like if you had to try to teach somebody how to do number two, how would you? It's like, I don't know. There's not even words for that in the language, I don't think. There's words for everything else. Everything else. Every combination and assortment of things. And don't worry, because that it hasn't been used long enough yet. It's not a very old one then. Does it mean the same thing? Is it said the same way? Wrong. No. Okay, this is getting boring. But I'm not going to finish without... Where was I going with that, though? Just griping about stuff the whole time. Griping. Letters. At least not like letters like miso. Words like miso. That just doesn't match with. They're probably we're Chinese. There's probably a lot of those things, and they probably just love it. It's probably like slow motion Yankee Doodle Dandy. Yankee Doodle Dandy, if you're not aware, it was the first diss song ever. And it's the most annoying version of a diss song. It boils down to this. It's the equivalent of grown men wearing wigs going, nah, ma ma doo doo. Ma doo doo. It's like, that's not how you say it. It's na boo boo. Ma na boo. Ma na doo doo. Ma na doo doo. That's not how you say it. Oh, it's not? Oh, are you sure? It's not how you say it? That used to be, I'd do that all the time as a kid with everything, to the point of where everybody hated me. Oh, are you sure it's not this? Yes, I'm sure it's not this. And eventually you couldn't get anybody to raise their voice anymore. Because it's like literally called getting a rise out of a person for a reason. You can, once you stop, like, then you have nothing. Once you can't even get a rise out of everybody, it's like I wasn't even trying to do it for that reason. I never understood what you meant. Rise to me at that age did not have anything to do with tone. Rise means lift, raise. You're not saying it right. So, yeah. Oh, that's not what it meant? Oh, golly, really? For real? So which one did you say it was? It's raise? And the S is like a Z. Wow, that's interesting. Wow, thanks for telling me that. Man, I really can I pay you something for your time, or are you sure? You sure? Sure? Man, I really appreciate that. Boy, that's why Canadians are just like, dude, you talk about, there's nothing that would make an American person or anybody more angry than what is happening in Canada right now. This is biblical shit. You've never seen a Canadian be able to talk and shut a person down while eating an apple with his mouth open. Yeah, you're done. I don't know how long it takes for Canadians to get reelected. Apparently a lifetime. So that guy's been in. How is that guy still doing that same stuff? It was what? Okay, well that's where you can tell something's about to happen. Yeah, the guy will wreck you. Dude, he makes Trump look like he's like a grammarian or something. Like, he makes Trump look polite, but ruder. Like, wow, that's that thing? Man, that guy's... Trump wrote the book on that. Because it's not... That's what they do. It's like, it's worked for the whole time, too. One side just gets the other side something, just says something like, oh, do you mean this? Oh, sorry. Oh, you mean this? No, you know that's not what I mean. Stop doing that. Please. Oh, I'm truly trying really hard to understand what you mean. You mean this? Stop doing that. It's... You know exactly what you're doing. Okay, you're just being ridiculous, and you're moving the goalpost far. Okay, and you keep moving it farther and farther, and it never comes back at all. It's never gonna stop. No, it's not. It's just not. Because it won't. Wanna know why? Because you won't be happy if it stopped. Because you're addicted to the drama. In fact, if you could, you would dig a hole in the ground and mine it. So you could have all the drama to yourself. You'd be like, mine, it is all mine. Yes. It'd be like Shakespeare with poetry raining down from clouds of paper, reams of paper in the sky, just angels sitting there slicing off his poetry works or whatever the heck you call that stuff. And he's just like running back and forth, like trying to, like, oh yes, 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 oh yes, and he can identify like different what color, it's like, oh, those are the works of Poe. He like runs over there. I know that color. Oh, I know this color over here. Dickinson. Oh, I know this. Oh, I know that. And he can never catch a single letter and never catch a single piece of paper. I don't care about improv because that's all I do is improv. My brain doesn't work. I don't have that connector thing. My link is broken. A Game Boy Pocket. I talk about an outdated link cable. How did they get those things to stop working? How did they were too big. I think there's too much gap in between there. They did. Actually, it doesn't make sense though, because you got to think about it. How did they put? So here's how you got to think about it. I bet you if they put how the dents on those old link cables were, they dented in on the ends, on the short part, how the sides squished in. I bet you if those things squished in on top and bottom instead, or top one and then side one, doesn't matter which one it is, probably, that it would probably not do that. In fact, if it had one on the top bottom right and one on the top left that just went the other way, it probably wouldn't do that. Because literally everything is not meant. It's because it's not meant for you. It's meant for you to break. Why did you bought it for what? What does that mean? I'm going to warn you one time, okay? I don't allow foul language in my house, okay? One warning, one more time, and you're out the door, okay? Gosh dang it, you get me swearing, that's it. I've had enough. You get me swearing, and that's it. Like, man, if you get a Canadian to you can get a Canadian mad. Like, I don't know how you would get a Canadian mad, but I think if you do, you'll be able to tell because he'll skip part of his accent. Like, I don't know if that has to do with like being a second Canadian speaker. I think Canadians got right. I mean, if I had to choose, I'm probably from Canada. Well, I ain't from this place. I'll tell you that. Not the same place. Nope. You know what I want to do when I wanted to be when I was a little kid? A reader. I don't want to be a writer. I wanted to be a reader. Who the heck wants to write when they're a kid? That's such a headache. Because it's too distracting. And the likelihood that you're gonna actually until you figure out how to follow outlines. Well, until they force you to follow outlines. I didn't follow outlines because they're too much of a headache for me to do. Look, if this was easy, I would have a clean room. Okay, who doesn't like knowing where their socks are? Not very many people. Not unless you're like a White Sox fan trying to impress a Red Sox fan or something like that. You don't have any socks? Yeah, I usually it's just all my socks got left down at the dry cleaner at the laundromat. All your socks, you wash them all at once? At the dry cleaner. You know, that you don't have to you don't have to wash your socks at the dry cleaner, right? It's not dry, it's wet. It just evaporates quicker than water. Mind blown. I know. It's not blown. It's not blown. I can't even think of that's a clown. Get down off of that. That is not this is why we use finger spacing. Do you see? You see? Get the C away from the L. It's not a D. I know they're right next to each other. I get it. I know. I'm surprised the L isn't right next to the C. I'm surprised there's not another one. There is a B kind of. Double B is a double C with an L. You'll know that you've achieved maximum frustration level. You know you're rounding the bend when you can't help but notice things like this. Like I probably got in trouble as a kid for either just not caring or just getting sick of answering questions and getting answers back that made me more confused than I was in the first place. Like how a lot of it's like, well, you're not answering my question. I'm not trying to do this to call you out. I just literally why would I do that? I get in trouble for that. So yeah, because I'm at that age where I'm gonna do that, and I'm just gonna deny it. Puppy. Oh, never mind. I thought he was trying to. I'm kind of potty train a puppy, and that involves getting bells for them. That one dog, Boxer, that doesn't understand what a box is. He thinks he's a hot dog, and the couch is a bun, and he's trying to. It's like, you stop going into that corner. I mean, that's an annoying thing when it happens. I can't really say anything because I've, done the same thing for days at a time, hungover, trying to understand why breakups are a thing. I forget this. I'm breakdancing. I ain't doing none of this. Nope. Dancing. Like literally every single letter. Every single letter? What's a letter that sounds the same all the time? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't? I one time saw a book where they described how to say W with spelling. The spelling went as follows. W, H, W. Or it's either that or HWH or something. I was like, what in the Sam heck are you doing? Man, you can't not bust out the sternness there. It's like, okay, really. You have a look of consternation on your eyes. I can't help that right now. Okay. That was the point back in the day where you would have a teacher that said, you know what, I don't care. They probably did care, and as a teacher, the last thing you want to do is probably jeopardize your teaching stuff. There's probably teachers back in the day that just reacted out of reflex, but they probably didn't have to do it over and over again. Yeah, they were allowed to have metal rulers back then. Yeah, they were probably. Get whacked with one of them things on the corner first. Yeah, probably teacher back then probably could swat flies with the corner of it. cha, turn that thing long way sideways and cha. Fucking do that again and fly like walks away with one broken leg. Like, wow. Did you see that? Like, do you see him again or whatever? He's like, I'll sprain this one's leg. You see the fly walking away with like a limp. Like, how did he do that? Yeah, I'm gonna tweak his left wing front. He's gonna have about a 1 degree tilt, 1 degree turn. He's gonna be turning about 1 degree, and he's gonna have to sometimes turn and go straight up and over to the right to orient himself straight. Like, no way. Yeah, you don't think so? No. Like, you keep arguing about it, and eventually he's like, you know what, fine, whatever, I quit. I'm just done with this. Like, goes to flip out and like just chucks the stapler, or chucks the ruler across the desk that's empty. Hits the wall, hits the wall, and like comes back and like lands on top of this like fly. You're like, you gotta be what? It just happened. And they see the fly like struggling, and then like it pulls out, like it starts humming a little tune, and then like it's doing like fly googling or something like that, and it like starts vomiting, and it's like bleh. Typing on the screen with its tongue, and then it's like, oh man, and like, and then you see it like all toughen up, put its little phone away, and then. And that goes on for like 25 minutes as it slowly nibbles off its wing, little tiny chunks of wing, frees itself from like this freaking big burden of a tree that just landed on top of its little tiny, frail, delicate appendage. Dang it should have been a pen. Appendage, because but it's not funny anymore because it gets to a certain age. But yeah, those things used to be great. Appendage, bandage. That's why they don't teach you synonyms. That's why they don't teach you words like. That's why they don't break down the words too much. I always wanted that as a kid. Like, how can you skip over all this stuff? No, you only did a couple of them. That's weird. Yeah, because if you do, then you can't undo it. And you start looking at those, and it's like, why do I have so much of that in my head? Why is there so much crap attached to this little thing? What's this little string? I don't want it. I don't want it in my head either. Why is there so much stuff on it? You end up putting it under a microscope, and it's like, what in the heck? That's how word association works, and advertisers know it. Marketing knows it. It's disgusting. Yeah, I know that's not what it says, but it's what it sounds like. It's a dirty little snaky trick, man. You gotta love advertising, though, and you gotta love marketing. It's like, hey, man, why don't you go and shove those credits? Why don't you go and shove those carbon credit? You can't say anything like that. Why would you? Obviously, that's not going to be the thing. Right? They're probably going to know that we're getting burnt out on the word credit. Okay, everybody's starting to catch on to what credit means. Okay, yeah, they're gonna call it carbon credit. Carbon credit. What's a carbon credit? Carbon credit. What? How dumb? How stupid? Oh man, I don't care what you do. You can't make it explain. You can't explain it in a way that makes sense. And if you think you can, I would really like to have some way of having you put into my phone under something like, can't they borrow some of that technology from the COVID stuff? I want something where if you're in town, I'm trying to plan my vacation around where you will be ever for the rest of your life, so I can make sure that I avoid being anywhere near you. Because I don't want to take any chances on having to deal with any questions that involve coming from you, because then I'm going to feel the obligation to explain it in a way that makes sense until it makes sense. And I can't even do that to myself when it comes to comprehending things. So, no. Bad, no. Mall. Like, yeah, and Latin also didn't have like fucking what was the one that didn't have vowels? Like, what was the one that didn't have vowels? There's a thing when like the thing they'll tell you, oh yeah, that's Latin. That's Latin. How did they say it? So why did we? What exactly did we do with it? It's like, yeah, right, right, uh huh, uh huh. Well, I, for one, can't wait until there's a language that's a bit of them all. Kind of like hodgepodge. What's that? Hot English. Oh, yeah, English, because it all comes from. Oh, yeah, yeah. It kind of makes sense because it all comes from a bunch of different languages that brought their little bit of everything to this place, and then somehow it was them that not the people, not at all the authors, not at all the authors, that people that keep coming up with these fucking words, keep coming up with these synonyms. Like, I don't care, because go back, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. They wanted to really find when you first find one of those words, it's like, I don't even smoke a cigarette. I don't even smoke, but I'm like fifth grade. I need to find a cigarette or something. I don't know what's going on. I need a caffeine. I need a caffeine right now. Like, how much time I've actually taken the time to learn that word and put it in a stack that I thought I might use. Yeah, I gotta take a breather on that one. Wow. Wow. I can't think of any words off the top of my head for that. I can only think of the word bemoan. Like, moan already means to moan. Moans can't moan. Bees don't have mouths. And if they did, they would be small, not big. So, behemoth? What? Behemoth? There's no way that you're going to convince me successfully without making yourself have to go and become obsessed with all of this crap. There's no way that you're going to be able to convince me in a way that's going to make sense, because there's not one that will make sense. It's English. It's English. Where did English come from? England. Where did England come from? Good luck finding that out. It was untraceable. Untraceable completely. I think every single miner probably came from England at one point in time. Like, man. I am not a big fan of just that talking. Like, because you're talking too much and to the point of where. Oh, that's the English trick or whatever. It's like, oh, act like they didn't hear you. Like, act like, dude, that's if you were British and you don't know how to ignore, the British people know how to control their body language. Like, they have a couple seconds, 15, 25, 35, 40 minutes out in front of them where they can control their body language. Now, if they're acting like they didn't hear, if they will get to their pinky, they'll take off all of their gloves, driving gloves. Mind you, they didn't have wheels yet, but driving gloves. Take them all off, and when we get to the middle or the ring, oh, I'm sorry, then they'll cock the head sideways. So you heard me. You heard me, because I saw how quick you took your steps. I watch you. I know what you do. You take your steps slower. You're listening. That's why you stiffen up, too. You stiffen up. You don't move. You could bounce an egg on the top of your head when I talk quiet. I do that. I've been talking quieter and quieter just to see how well you're listening. Yeah. Oh, it's just like eventually he's just stopped in the middle of the room and you're like right next to him. Like, oh, man, sounds like I'm all the way over there, doesn't it? Ah! Like, and the guy just like sits there, like the British guy just sits there for like 15 minutes go by, and all of a sudden, let's see him like slowly start to like register the shock on his face, like starts like freaking out. There's no idea. Like, I think I broke him. That's I think what happens when you break a British person. See, it's just like the bells and whistles start going. Gears start running into each other. Like Swiss people start knocking on your door because they hear like grinding metal. Like, wait a minute, that's a clock watch. That's a clock gear. Yes, to make that sound, that thing had to been moving awfully fast. Somebody might be hurt, and it might even be brass. We need to go and see if we can get a deal on some of this brass. If that's the case, see a bunch of like little tiny spots on the window where you can tell it's just a nose touching it, nothing else, and fog up around there. Like, we heard brass. We heard brass. Well, whoever makes watches or whatever, Pinocchio. That's what Geppetto did. I think. Or did something with, nobody knows what Pinocchio is about, anyways. That's a terrible reference. Nobody knows what Pinocchio does. In fact, those stories, I would challenge you to find any logic behind those stories, like for real. A single one. No, I bet it's wrong. I bet you it's wrong. I bet you it's a guess. How much you want to bet it's a guess that's wrong? Yeah, and that was back then. Humpty Dumpty. Every time I see the word HD, it's not a word. It is now HD. 7 letters for one, not even anything. HD. Hod. Now I'm thinking of cod. Pod. Hod. Cod. Bod. Dodd. Dodd. Swing out. Dodd is wrong. But now we're at to mod. Mod. Now where are we at? Sun. I don't know what mod sun is. I don't know what a mod sun is. I like when people do wordplay. They used to be a type of humor, type of comedy that I to excel would mean to you say that you could match me with excelling. It's going to be a level below. Okay, so all I've ever done when I was not in give up mode. Give up mode is real hard to shake because the language just keep finding more and more things that, by golly, that's not what you said. It's not. Like, it's really not what you said. I mean, it's really not what you said. But nobody has the balls ever. Like, no, stop. What did you just say? Stop talking. What did you beep? You done? Beep. Yeah, you have a little clicker that you're pushing where it's like you've had to come up with technology for this because it annoys you so much. It gets you so flustered, and when you get flustered, you forget everything. It's like, are you kidding me right now? You turn around and like everybody's gone. It's like 2 class periods later. Like, what the heck? Oh, and the clicker tells you exactly how many words to go. And it's like right when you hit, it's like goes back to the first time you hit the clicker, and then 5 seconds before that. Like, don't, because that's what you'd have to do in order to keep you from gaining. Because that's what they use. That's like the technique that's used right now. It's like, man, watch their face while they're getting asked the question. That's the main thing. I know they're showing that other one. They didn't start showing the other one until like Trump came along. Like, I don't know how you do it. You're a politician. You have to be able to lie out of your ass while harboring a sneeze at all times. Like being a penguin father that's never seen his feet. Good luck with that. Oh, you've had hypothermia before. Hopefully the genes went to your child or went to the egg, and the egg is able to survive those cold temperatures because you got 30 seconds. Go. Another one of those useless things. 30 seconds. What's the wind speed? What's the relative humidity? Well, how much wind is hitting them? No, how much wind is actually. I'm not talking about what the wind speed is. It's like farting against a tree and saying, how much was there? Like, nothing, because you didn't contain it to measure it. What are you talking about? How much surface area of how much BTU are those penguins rolling out? How much wind is coming in? How much contact does it have? And what's the angle of contact that it has with their body? Is it hitting it flat on? Is it hitting them right in the face? Have you ever breathed walking into the wind? Yeah, it doesn't work. That's not really what I'm talking about, but it's kind of illustrates the point. But if you, dang it, I did a textbook thing, classic textbook example, an analogy that don't make sense. Like it makes sense, but it's not the right. It's like, yeah, you landed the jump. Good job. I told you it's the third ramp, not the second ramp. I don't care that you landed the jump. You're on the wrong. You're not. It's not right. Okay, that's all I can say. Not right. I don't know what to tell you. Except it's not right because there's no other way to say that. There's one way to say it. It's not right. And I spent years talking about not getting offended. Dude, I grew up being offended all the time. Like all of the time. All of the offended and then some. Like when I'm offended, you hurt my feelings. Like, I don't know why, but I just all of a sudden have tears in my eyes. Like, what the heck? Like, no, it's fine. Like literally, like you can you know that I can tell that you're crying, right? Whatever. Like, yeah, because you're definitely crying because that you're not like triple blinking or like the person that's like, oh, I'm not trying to act like I'm crying at all, but 5 or 6 winks after you like you're just doing it for the mascara. Okay, practice this in the mirror next time. Okay, see like how long it takes to use the same mascara, not the stuff that they just put on you and it doesn't smear or whatever is going on there. It doesn't, like, what are you trying to do? There's mascara like in very limited supply. You probably shouldn't be using mascara that you can't touch your eyes with. That's why I would never be a woman. I saw my mom doing that one time. Like I would never, not that I'd ever even thought about it then. I had tried using that thing. I remember I used to try to use that. I used to get in trouble for taking that little thing because I'd want to see how it works. The little fingernail squisher or eyelid squisher, eyelid shaper, eyelash former or whatever they call it, eyelash permer, non-thermal. The little thing the eyelash mold. It's like asked my mom how to use it, and she wasn't too happy about me asking that. It's like, no, but I just literally, how do you use it? And she showed me. I was like, that's what I thought. It looked exactly like I remember you doing it. Why? I can't even tell the difference. I literally can't tell the difference, though. It combs them. They're not supposed to be combed. Their job is to shut the door in an emergency. Okay, their job is not to look pretty. Yeah, I know. That's why people always mess with the British guards. Like, what are you dressing these people? Why are you dressing them up for? If you had to pick them out in a crowd, you're still going with the color red. That's marvelous. What does it mean? Nobody knows? Fantastic. I need to stop doing this. It's been 4 hours and I've been wanting to not just. I usually vape every 10 seconds. That's why I keep darting away. Like, I can't. Is it time to vape yet? Fight the urge. Why? I'm not hungry. Why would I? Oh, now I am hungry. Now I have the urge to eat something. And that's how I end up going. That's how I end up going from 0 all the way back around to 0. That's an oval. This is an oval. Now where's he at? It's like you got this like thing, like it's like a stringer, like you got it slung over your shoulder, like actually, this is like it's like one of those flag things, like stick it in the ground, it's just like stacked completely to the top with zeros. The tiniest little possible hole you could think of drilled through there. Well, not even that. It's split down and then bound at the end with a bit of strong string to keep like so it's pinned. So they didn't have bolts and pins. They had pins, but they didn't have the mate. Nowadays people don't even like, what are you going to do with that? Where's the mate? Where's the mated information? Where's the information that's mated to it? Yes, there is. You don't know it. That's why you have that. It seems like those numbers where it's like, oh, wow, this seems like I'm so much in control of what's going on. Look at all the decimal places I have now. Yeah, that's your savings account interest rate. Yeah, look at how many, there's the same amount of zeros. That's actually 6.000. Now you have more zeros. Don't you feel better? But how come there's, what in the heck? This gotta be a typo. You know what I mean? I could see calling the bank. Like, no, I don't. You're trying to talk the the bank manager into I'm gonna need to see some sort of don't have to. I get it. I get it. Privacy is a thing that we're all trying to take advantage of these days. Let's try it a different way then. You go ahead and enter your PIN on your keypad. Obviously, I can't see that. I know the number and the sounds of it very well, though. Just like other people do with DTMF when it comes to ATMs that make tones. You have got to be freaking kidding me right now. It's the same tone as a phone. The tones that are hardwired into your brain that you cannot you can't unknow them. And then they teach a music class. Can't figure those out, but you can still figure out what all them things are. Them. Wow, that is brilliant, and it's actually the same ones too. That is fantastically stupid. That is fantastically stupid. Literally the one, and it's the one way that you could think of to, well, see, they probably thought of that, and it probably was I don't know how that works then. I don't know if they didn't have fast enough. Yeah, I take your word for it that it's that fast or that many times per second. But other than that, I'm not doing the math on it anymore. Because I always get them mixed up anyways. I always get them mixed up anyways because they don't teach you the right order to do them in. They just teach you the steps. And the steps get pushed out of the way because the steps get squished. Now, in the 3rd grade, steps are going to play a crucial role. What's crucial mean? Dang it. Imagine how long it would take you to become a teacher that actually is able to talk normal. You forget how many words that you have to learn as a kid before you learn how many words you have to forget, before you learn how many words you have to learn to try to forget, learn how many words you have to actually learn. It's what? Why are they teaching such big words like that? Why? It doesn't. This is very great. I mean, it's like China in slow motion. It's literally like China in slow motion. You want to see how to take over a country that's arrogant? That's how. Let them do it themselves. Give more information. You know what? All of it's right. None of it's right. Some of it's right. Maybe it's all a little bit right. You just made doubt, and you cast more doubt into the whole. It's English has literally it's been weeded out, and all that we have left is what is confusing and doesn't have a mate. And if it does have it's you have all these that a person can only accomplish so much in their lifetime. That's what it seems like. And now we have words like immobile. I'm mobile. Dang it. It's not a comma. It's an apostrophe. And I refuse to acknowledge it. Heck. Uh-oh. I think I broke it. It's they definitely don't make it that's probably why I got so many detentions. I probably had to get removed from the class right away because I would start to say things and all of a sudden I would end up what did I even say? I used to have teachers that would write the stuff down too. Really? Yeah, actually, and then? And it's oh, you got yourself on that one. You can only do that twice in a day. Nope, twice in a day. Nope, and you're not even supposed to do that. You're supposed to, a teacher shouldn't be complaining about their student that way more than twice in a week, if ever. Because you probably suck at teaching then. You probably suck at teaching and have one kid that's able to just be what are you talking about? And then now we're already running. Already tap dancing. Yeah. Like, man, those people are just absolutely hilarious. Like, oh man, it's not at all why you're flustered. You're not flustered at yourself, are you? Because there's 19 pointing back at you right now. Yeah, it's math. I know. Yeah. The extra is for the foot up my ass. Damn it! Fuck! The extra one is for the son of a biscuit. Man, I always line up my words for the longest stretch. Probably not the best wording to use. I always have the straightest stretch of. I always have the smoothest stretch of road, it seems like, where it's like, oh, nothing can go wrong here. And I end up saying something where, man, I had a knack for doing that at a young age. Like, how did I not see that one coming? Like, how did I walk right into that? Like, I walked over here to tell you, to get you on a joke or tell you something and get you to step in exactly another version of what, like the exact same thing, only a different version of it, unrelated, that somehow I didn't see. Like, that's even more frustrating than them getting you with the zinger themselves. Like, I'd rather have them be the ones that are, oh, yeah, you see, yes, I mean this. It's like, wait a minute, what happened? I can't think of anything off the top of my head like that, but there's only ever one kid that I had in my class that could do that. And I was better than him at it. He was better at it getting me in trouble. So his tactics were more fruitful than mine. I just tried like indirectly snitching on him over and over again. Hey! And I wouldn't say the person's name, but as I'm turning around from whoever happens to be behind me that has fingers that could probably break a rib with just the tips. Dude, that's my reflex, man. Okay, you do that too hard. Bang! Ah! Broke my pencil. Like, what do you do? Move me to the front of the class? Why are you going to move me to the front? Me too, huh? More like, me! The funniest argument I've ever heard in my entire life was my brother yelling to his girlfriend like about how selfish she was. And he's like, he literally went through this, like, where he's like started off calm and just like went through this whole list of like, and start and this and then and this and why would this be this when this is this, and then it gets to this, and I can't remember what he like. He had one of those like, she probably had no idea what he was talking about even after it was said and done. I was like, wow, that was very artful what you just did. That is very slick what you just did. But anyways, he said something and it got to the end of it, and he's like, no, but what is Meg here? Me. Like, just went from like zero calm, like me, like acting like it's like right at that point where she's probably like about to start talking again, and he's like probably even played it off to where he's going to turn around and start walking away, and then he did turn around, he wouldn't have done that part, but gotten it right to that point. And then just the way that, if you've ever seen Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle, it was like freeze framing that before the Asian guy starts yelling to like during the Asian guy starting to yell. I'm like, how did that guy's face just do that? Like, that's special effects. How did the guy's face just do that? I don't know what just happened to his forehead, but I remember that's the only part of the movie. I saw that movie so many times. Because I never cared for those movies. Everybody always bring over those stupid movies and stuff. Like, not there's anything against it. I just don't have the attention span for it. I'd get to the part with a cheetah or whatever, and I'd be like, "Is this the same movie?" I've never seen this movie. I don't think I've ever seen this movie. I just know there's a part on it or during it with a cheetah. Remember that part? But I didn't care about that part because I was just keep going a little bit farther. Then you get to that part where he does the funny face. It's like because he has the ability to go from, because it's actually pretty hard to go from like full facial muscles to. I can't do it. And then you'll be able to tell a person, especially if that person has crease lines and they're doing that. You see them with man, you got to watch that. So you got to really pay attention to some people to know when they're about to blow. Because, man, some people, Like you can tell usually, like you can tell, like you can pretty much tell how much of a temper a person has by these. How many lines do they got in there? Let me see your side profile for your lines. You wouldn't mind holding this flatly? Okay, never mind. Now you have to figure out a laser or something to do that. Yeah, I'm just measuring. Now we're going to be taking some measurements. Just measurements. Just across your forehead. Because, well, obviously, you wouldn't be able to tell. I'm like, what do you mean my wrinkles? Like, tell a woman you're going to, like, measure her wrinkle depth. You're right. You wouldn't be able to get away with, like, bridge to bridge. Wait, what? If you came up with some clever way to say it, even, they'd be like, nope, not happening. You know what that word means? It's not happening, okay? And you're like, how in the... And then the husband's like, hey, bub, it's not happening. Why don't we move along, huh? Okay, that hurts. Yeah, that's what you do when somebody's being stupid. Nowadays, they're just like, hey, I'm going to make a big deal and not say what I'm meaning to say. Would you just spit it out? I don't care what it is. I'd rather it gets to the point where it's like, it's the fact that you wasted that much of my time. Like, I don't know what I'm going to say. I had something I was thinking about all day. Came to me last night right before I was going to bed. Kept me up for hours. Been thinking about it all day. Like, just wait till recess. Because at that age, you don't write things down because people that write things down aren't smart. So you remember it. Until that one thing where it's like, oh, you can... What? No! It's like trying to, it's like the equivalent of trying to chase after somebody that's delivering a really fast pepperoni pizza. Like if Domino's was called to deliver to medieval pizza to a medieval castle, and you had to follow him and get the money kind of thing. And he's trained because this is the thing. So he's trained to book you or to smoke you down the hallways basically. So he gets out in front of you and you're trying to follow, and all you can hear, or trying to follow him as closely as you can by just the smell, which is really hard to smell. And that's why I don't get how animals do it with it being windy. It doesn't make any sense to me. I can only smell with zero wind. I have to try to lower the wind. Like if I have a sniff mask on, that helps a lot. But if I don't, a sniff mask is a mask that you put on your nose that has a larger, it works by pressure changing. So it has narrower holes at the front, and when they go in, what they're going to do is going to go, and the hole's going to get a little bit bigger, and then it's going to get slightly smaller again, not smaller. It's going to be slightly bigger than the first smallness, but just a little bit bigger. Now, what this is going to do, it's going to trick them, like it's going to trick the little stink cells a lot like LED electrons get tricked. It's like, all right, this is going to be great. I really never thought I could see myself enjoying much of anything besides working all the time. Hey, man, you're a little close. Like this is a lot of people here. A lot of people here for this little event. You said there's going to be enough light for everybody? Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. I'm ready. Hey, guys, this doesn't look like there's enough room up here. Hey, hey! You see the ski lift go around and like the last of the electrons get on. It's like, what? Yeah, okay, next. It's like there's no chair. Bing! Launches you across there. Like, are you kidding me? That's basically what happens as an electron. An electron gets forced to hit a jump. Can't see the jump from up there. It doesn't look like a jump from up there. But man, it really starts to look like a jump when you start getting close to it. When you're wound up in those gears, when the part of a dirt bike jump where it's like, oh, they do have it does sound like bah, 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 bah. And it's already at the top of its, when you hear that thing on a dirt bike that you usually never have heard before, it takes a while to get that thing going. and wound up. And usually I've never heard one that's got that much wind up in it. That's the part when it's like, okay, now at this point in the jump, you're starting to see something coming up in front of you. At this point, it's too fast. You don't have enough time. You can't, you're going too fast now. You're going too fast. You don't have the traction for it. Nothing you can do now. Now you just most you can do is try to figure out and not do it backwards. The thing where you have to stand up and not come off the seat. Like, I don't know if you hook your legs or squeeze the thing or squeeze the bike or how you do it. But that's the part that you got to do that, because I've hit jumps before. It's like when you crash a four-wheeler. It's like that, or it's like well, I guess this is happening now. Like, don't know how I got to this. Don't know how this came about. This is what's happening now. Like, that's a bike. Dangerous. Yeah, it's like literally bike. When you crash a bike, it's like, man, don't remember any of it until it gets about 3 milliseconds right before, and then it's like, you see like everything's going super slow motion. You're looking down at your buttons, like, oh, you're like looking over, like seeing like somebody going by jogging, and they got like a little streamer coming off their like hair, and you just see it like, see like a car, like you hear that same car that you heard earlier at the gas station with its clutch, like, I forgot to finish that one too. Dang it. All right, forget where you see him at the clutch or at the gas station with the clutch spinning, slipping. Used to the one thing that used to be able to make your day or week, but now you can't even do that anymore because they're too quiet. I forgot where I was going with that, because I don't care. I would have remembered that. I don't care if they know it or not. No, I don't know it. One time I've done this same thing. For the hard part about talking for this long is remembering that spit dries. Whenever it dries out your lips a lot. And that thing is the most distracting pile of crap ever. I don't trust that dang thing. Why you gotta, if you're gonna put the numbers up there, dude, then make it so they count right. Then keep it to yourself then. Why can't I change that? You know how annoying that is? It's like the most annoying thing ever, because it's like training. By not changing that or adjusting, I'm basically training my mind, training my brain to just be annoyed. Then they'll say something. Well, better say something. It used to be me, like at the bar, like, fuck. How's everybody else? That's like the third time you've talked to that guy. Like, somebody's like, do you need to get a drink or something? Yeah, I've been trying to for a while. Like, what do you? Oh, you come up here. Yeah, get in there. I can actually get a cool. I'm not fucking ordering your drink for you, man. Come to the thing and get it yourself. Bars are too complicated. Okay. Well. I know where this is going, and I am ahead of it by one step. Generic. E-vape. Dang it. E-pape. Son of a biscuit. I was gonna say, because let's just do all the time backwards. That used to be how it used to be, or that used to be code word for like, oh, I'll just say the opposite right in front of the other person. Oh, that's Pig Latin, I think. Why don't they call it GIP natal? GIP natal. Anyone tall? P-I-G? GIP, anyone tall? I don't get it. G, Pig Latin, B-I-G, P-I-G, Latin. Do Latin backwards. It's Pig Latin backwards, so I know it's confusing. It's like teaching addition with two subtraction classes. Don't work. Well, look at this is linear that we're talking about here. Linear. Okay, no, it's not. Just because the lines can touch, they're on the opposite side of the. Oh my gosh! And they don't. They teach you this stuff before graph paper. Man, I'm done with this for right now. I did a pretty good job though of not freaking out. A lot of really annoying stuff. So I'm not editing this, and I'm never gonna read it or never gonna watch it. So pointless. Hey, I know that.